Mangalam Mudaka Mangalam Mudaka Mangalam Agni Mangalam Agni Mangalam Vayu Mangalam Vayu Mangalam Gagana Mangalam Gagana Mangalam Surya Mangalam Surya Mangalam Chandra Mangalam Chandra Mangalam Jagata Mangalam Jagata Mangalam Jiva Mangalam Jiva Mangalam Deha Mangalam Deha Mangalam Mano Mangalam Mano Mangalam Atma Mangalam Sarva Mangalam Bhavatu Bhavatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Namaste. Welcome to the second day of the conference on Hinduism and Environmentalism. Yesterday was a very enriching experience, a very highly learning experience for all. Wonderful papers we had, and we are going to continue today. We are going to have sessions on temple culture, Vedas and Agamas and yoga. Today, we are going to continue a session with Poonam Kakotkarji, who lives in United States. For her time zone, we had to bring her to the second day, and today we are going to start with her. Poonam Kakotkarji is going to speak on the environmentalist aspects of Dharma and how to instill them among the next generation. Thank you. Poonamji.
Poonamji, you are on mute. Please unmute.
Namaste. How Hindu Dharma can introduce environmentalism to the next generation? That's my topic. I'm Poonam Kakodkar. I was inspired by my sister Deepa to participate in this conference. She passed away on Monday this week. I dedicate this paper to her. Thank you Nagaraj ji, Srinivas ji and Indica Academy for this wonderful opportunity to present this paper. Hindu Dharma is meant for the well-being of all creatures, hence that by which the welfare of all living creatures is sustained. That for sure is Dharma, says the Mahabharata. Nature has been treated as a friend, as revered as a mother, obeyed as a father, and nurtured as a child. It is sacred, as human beings are dependent on it, and due to this, everything is sanctified, including man and various aspects of nature, like droughts, landslides, earthquakes, and storms. These are believed to be manifestations or expressions of the gods. Yet over the centuries, human beings have greatly lost their connection with the environment. They do not acknowledge their dependence on it anymore. The Hindu Dharma is in a unique position to respond to contemporary concerns like deforestation, intensive farming of animals, global warming, and climate change. In this paper, I'm exploring how the Hindu Dharma can introduce environmentalism to the next generation and create eco-conscious children who will want to live in harmony with nature and respect it. Anthropocentricism is the belief that humans are superior beings on earth or in the universe. And this view is seen in many Western religions and cultures and has also had a major influence in the education that children receive. They are taught that the environment and other living creatures are resources for their benefit. Ecological literacy refers to the conscious awareness and understanding of the relationships among people, other organisms, and the environment in which they live. Ecocentricism is the study of the relationship between literature and the physical environment, and ecocentricism takes an earth-centered approach to literary studies. Yet, there has not been any specific undertaking on the ecological aspect of children and young adult literature, which is a new and exciting field of study. The Hindu Dharma can create awareness about concepts like life support systems, biodiversity, and sustainable development, environmental ethical values and dilemmas, conservation of animals and natural resources, environmental sustainability, environmental consciousness, the respect for life and landscape, global environmental citizenship, and the adoption of an eco-friendly culture, which is an intrinsic part of the Hindu Dharma. An interesting example of how Dharma has played a role in educating children in environmentalism is from the country Taiwan. In Taiwan, 1/3 of the population is Buddhist, and Buddhist religious groups have leveraged Buddhism for children to create a concern for the environment. Picture books on this topic take two approaches. In one, bodhisattvas, wise and powerful, supernatural beings that can appear in the world to help human beings, or they offer environmental education in the context of a broader Buddhist education. They use stories about plants and animals to teach children about such things as the life cycle of coal and the symbiotic relationships between animals such as rhinoceros and oxpeckers, popularly thought to eat ticks, though the reality is much more complex. Children learn about biology and living beings are interconnected. This lends itself to thinking holistically about the environment, and these stories often prompt children to look at the world from the perspective of other living beings.
Poonamji,
Yes?
are you trying to change the slide or is it remaining the same?
Oh, sorry. One second. Yeah. So I will speak. I'm just, the slides are just more of my background. I'm not exactly going in this thing of the slides. Yeah. In the book, Samanta Bhadra, Bodhisattva's Great Battle Against the Trash Monster, published by the Buddhist organization Dharma Drum Mountain, the first page of the story introduces a bodhisattva who wants to transform the polluted world into one that is pure. This bodhisattva meets a boy who says he has nightmares about a monster made of trash. As it turns out, the monster has been appearing because the boy's room is a messy mountain of garbage. When he cleans it up, the bodhisattva prompts him properly to sort everything that he throws away, reflecting real practices. Then the little boy decides to become a little pioneer of world environmentalism and accompanies the bodhisattva in cleaning up parks and beaches. In this story, the little boy's concerns grow from his own room to the bigger world, with the bodhisattva modeling compassionate action. Historically, bodhisattvas have been invoked to help people in times of extreme need, such as a storm at sea, and the intervening for the good of the environment updates their roles for contemporary times. In this case, they have used Buddhism as central to the story, and cleaning polluted spaces becomes a metaphor for spiritual purification. The readers look to bodhisattvas or Buddha as a guide and is inspired to take action. The book Record of the Wanderings of Plastic Bag present other perspectives. A plastic bag starts out as a plaything for a baby, then becomes a place for a cat to nap, and so on. The bag is used as a character in the hope of stimulating children's compassion, leading them to cherish the objects they use. Cherishing leads to a deeper understanding of environmentalism. Young readers are prompted to take the perspectives of these non-human characters, changing how they think about the world and their own actions. This connects to the Buddhist teachings of karma and reincarnation, which means that every intentional action has a consequence. By showing children that they have a responsibility in caring for the environment, these books work to produce what sociologist Benj Larson has called in a 2012 paper, ecological selves. Hindu Dharma can introduce children to environmentalism through educational courses, digital storytelling, interactive games, animated films, songs, etc. The Panchatantra, stories of yakshas, stories of yakshinis, etc., can be retold in a contemporary context. Digital storytelling has been found to be a valuable tool to encourage students to engage in discussion, participate in instruction, and support the comprehension of content. Young children construct knowledge of their world through the stories they hear and participate with. According to brain research, storytelling engages areas of the brain related to cognitive control, as researched by Lene et al. In 2015, emotion, as researched by Sue et al. In 2015, empathy, as researched by Brink et al. In 2011, and social norms, as researched by Berthos et al. In 2002. Stories create an opportunity to help students comprehend and emote while connecting new knowledge with lived experience and weaving it into existing narratives of meaning. In moving from storytelling to digital storytelling, there is one key difference between digital storytelling and traditional storytelling. Digital storytelling combines a mixture of graphics, text, recorded narration, video, and music to present information on a specific topic through the use of technology. Although studies on the long-term effects of children's literature are limited, there's some evidence that this approach is effective in fostering concern and care for environmental issues. A study in Australia found that anthropomorphism, which attributes human traits to animals and things, increased children's concern for parts of the environment, as did their emotional investment in stories. That is, certain types of books do seem to change children's attitude. I would like to end this presentation with a sukta from the Atharva Veda with a quote. O Mother Earth, you are the universe and we are but your children. Grant us the ability to overcome our differences and live peacefully and in harmony, and let us be cordial and gracious in our relationship with other beings and nature. Thank you.
Yeah, this was a good paper with activity-oriented discussion. What to do than what is there already in the text. What to do, how to go about, particularly with the next generation. Actually, yesterday, Dr. Prasanna Kumar ji was mentioning about an intergenerational equity, an intergenerational equality. In environmental studies, in environmentalism, this becomes very important because most of that we are doing in environmentalism is for the next generation. It is they who have to take care of their future. Thank you very much, Poonamji, for this wonderful paper. Are there any questions?
Dr. Paturi, good morning, if I may. Jagriti here.
Yeah, Jagriti ji. Yeah.
Ma'am, excellent presentation in a very, concise way. My question is that we happen to be the country where Buddhism originated. So what are we doing, for our children, the way the people in Taiwan are doing to, make them conscious about environmental awareness? Because we have the very rich repertoire of the Jataka tales and all other Buddhist stories, in Pali and all these languages. Ma'am, please, if you may.
Jagriti ji, Poonam ji lives in United States, and she cannot. She's not the one who has to answer what we are doing for the children. Dr. Prasanna Kumar ji is actually graciously, kindly, he is attending the session. He might give us some ideas about how National Green Corps, in which he was working earlier, which he was in fact leading earlier, and other organizations are working for instilling environmentalist understanding in the next generation. Over to you, Prasanna Kumar ji.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Nagaraj ji, and my friends here. Actually, I am an intruder into the program. So nevertheless, since I know a little bit, not much, Yeah, in terms of getting the Buddhist literature or Jatakas into the environmental education, I think very little is done or almost nothing is done. Maybe I need to check with the Sikkim and the Ladakh areas if they have some aspects of this in their curriculum. But as far as the mainstream curriculum is concerned, whether it is NCERT or state councils in several of the states, we do not have integration of Buddhist literature based or Buddhist teaching based environmental content in the text or in the activities. I'm very glad to know about the aspects. Actually, I am also unaware of 100% of whatever you said. So I would like to learn from you more, and I would like to take it from you to the schools and colleges in the country. I have a very active link with an active group apart from the activist group. So the active group of schools in Telangana and of course to some extent in Andhra, I can share this, whatever you have shared. Probably if you can share your PPT, I will make it into a small booklet which can be of use for the students when they are actually doing the work or when the teachers are transacting the subject. Second thing is, I handle presently colleges, not the schools, but I handle teacher education. So in teacher education also, I can share this, especially in those areas or for those people who are interested in that. So I am keen, as Dr. Nagaraj mentioned, it is very important to put all jnana and bhakti into karma. Otherwise, it will be nice to do on the platforms like the academic platforms, but not in the real life. It doesn't actually go to the real life. So thank you very much. I'm really thrilled to listen to you, and I will certainly share whatever learning I have from this excellent interaction that I'm having in these 2 days, which Dr. Nagaraj was kind enough to actually call me and invite me to be here. Thank you again.
Thank
Now,
you,
National
Prasanna Kumarji. Poonamji, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just a word actually. I want to thank Jagriti ji for raising that question. I think it's a very relevant question, and for Prasanna ji's response. In my paper, how I wanted to present it is that we have an opportunity today to do a lot more in terms of helping the next generation understand how they can do perhaps what has not been done earlier. So I think the Hindu Dharma is so rich with so much literature, with so much learning, the ethical values, the natural laws which are there can all be very beautifully leveraging technology, be actually presented to the generations ahead. So I see it more as an opportunity of learning to take this forward. I'm myself doing right now a doctorate in learning and instruction, and right now just started with digital storytelling. So I see it as an opportunity. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we'll
Thank
move
you,
on
ma'am.
to the next session on temple culture and agamas. And in this session, actually we are advancing Shambhavi Shanmugamji as the first speaker because she has exams. She has to, after her paper presentation, she has to go for her examinations. So now Shambhavi Shanmugamji, the role of Sthala Riksha in Shaivagama temples and the community worship. Over to you, Shambhavi ji.
Namaste, sir. Namaskaram. A very good morning to all the honorable members. I'm Shambhavi Shanmugam. I'm doing, I have completed my undergraduation in Sanskrit. I'm pursuing MA in Madras Sanskrit College. I'm blessed to present my paper on the role of Sthalavriksha in Shaivagama temple and community worship. Hinduism as a tradition of tree worship and sacred groves, seals found in the Sindhu-Saraswati civilization point to the prevalence of tree worship. The Saptamatrika seal with the goddess emerging from a tree shows the association of deities with trees. Even today, we can find the Saptamatrika in temples along with the sacred trees Sthalavriksha. Sthalavriksha and Agamas. The Agamas also accord a special place to the Sthalavriksha in temple worship. The temple tree is considered sacred and not to be disturbed. The temple tree is considered to have many spiritual powers and said to bestow fertility and prosperity. It is one of the places where the deity can reside. The linga under the tree is to be worshipped specially. Riksha Puja Vidhi. The Sukshmagama teaches that the worship of trees bestow long life, prosperity, progeny, and abundance. It is of two types, Samanya, regular, and Vishesha, special. Regular worship is the worship of the holy trees, Ashwatha. Special trees is the worship of the trees, temple that have the presence of deity. Shambhu Sanidhyam. Process of Riksha Puja. Worship of the tree should be done in daytime. The Acharya does ritual cleansing and does Punyavachanam. Worship is similar to
Punyaha
Vachanam. Worship is similar to that of worshipping the linga because the tree is said to be filled with Shiva. Vriksham Shivamayam Dhyatva. Benefits of Vriksha Puja. Worship of 1, 2, or 3 times a day is prescribed. Worshipping the tree 3 times a day continuously is said to take one to Shivaloka. In many temple towns, the name of the town is derived from the Sthalavriksha that is believed to be the predominant species in that area. For example, Chidambaram is also called Tillai, after the forest of Tillai trees. The name of the deity is also derived from the Sthalavriksha in many temples. For example, Lord Mullai Vananathar, Tirukarukaur, is called Lord of the Mullai forest, after the temple creeper Mullai. Examples based on names and deities. Mangadu, Mam plus Katu. Ma means mango. Deity goddess is Kamakshi. Tirumullai Vayil. Mullai means jasmine. The deity is Mullai Vananathar. Tiruverkadu. Vel means neem. Goddess is Karumariamman. Tiruvalangadu. Al means banyan. Lord Vataraneshwarar. Tillai Vanam Chidambaram. Tillai means Tillai and Tillai Vananathar. Sthalavriksha is also considered to be a spiritual center. People believe that Sthalavriksha bestows fertility, and other benefits. Spiritual center. Even in the Vaishnava tradition, the Stalavriksha plays an important role. For example, in the Karunakara Perumal temple, the Saint Ethiraja is said to have been initiated under the Stalavriksha, the Vakula tree. The land is also named Vakularanya Kshetra, believed to have been a forest of Vakula trees. Biodiversity conservation. The temple trees also serve to protect rare species of plants, as explained in the extract from an article on the website of CPR Environmental Education Centers in Chennai. Rare species also preserved and worshipped as Talavrikshas. Among the few that are valued as genetic resource. The Riksha of Jambukeshwaram is Venwale, which bears of white fruit. And in their paper, the temple tree of Chidambaram and environmental heritage, Krishnamurti and Murthy discuss how the Stalavriksha of the Chidambaram temple is morphologically and histologically similar to an important mangrove vegetation species of the Coromandel coast and how that contributes to environment conservation. They also discuss how the Chidambaram temple symbolized as it were concepts of the biosphere, environmental sanctity, and the evolution of the cosmos. The temple has apparently been developed in the midst of practically out of a natural ecobiome of a coastal forest supported by the faunistic and floristic wealth. Social embedding. Veneration engenders admiration that fosters an attitude of protection. Vasudha Narayanan argues that the Stalavriksha symbolizes all trees and reminds pilgrims that all trees are worthy of respect. In a paper, Hindu tree veneration as of mode of environmental encounter, Lewis Fowler Smith calls it living art, and that the tree is preserved as a form that houses of sacred and thus is protected. Even the most rapacious Indian businessman would not dare to cut down a sacred tree, which is recognized through its adornment. To walk through the natural environment and stumble across one of these transformed trees can be profound experience for the beholder, and experience that involves all the senses. This living art is available to all. Ritual connectedness. Lewis Fowler Smith explains how rituality fosters a connectedness. This ritualistic engagement broadens the way society approaches the tree. If this tree is destroyed, the community not only suffers economically and environmentally, but also loses a sight of beauty, sacredness. Medicinal properties. Punnai Kapalishwara temple, Punnai Vananathar. The Punnai seed are rich in oil, which was once used to light lamps and lanterns. Oil is believed to cure ulcers, scabies, berries, and was used as pain reliever for leprosy leprosy through intramuscular injection. The bark has antimicrobial effect, so its decoction is used to wash painless ulcers. The juice is taken internally and stop internal or external bleeding. Snuff from the leaves is believed to relieve giddiness and headache. From Purana and other literature. Vasudha Narayanan talks about the story of how a tree is considered equal to 10 suns. In the story from Matsya Purana, already shared yesterday. Story of Sundaramurti Narayanar and the false promise. Sundaramurti Narayana requests the Lord of Tiruvattrur to move the Sthalavriksha because he wants to make a false promise to his beloved Sangali Nachiyar in front of the sanctum. But the Lord makes a twist in the tale for warning Sangali Nachiyar that she should change the venue of the promise under the Magiram tree. Madurai temple, Kadamba tree in Madurai, Indra performed a penance in the Kadamba grove, worshipped a Swayambhu Shivalinga under the Kadamba tree. Temple built around it is the Madurai temple. The goddess is also called Kadambavana Vashini. Kanchipuram, Kanji Ekambareshwarar. The ancient mango tree of the Ekambareshwara temple is said to give different tasting fruits in 4 different branches. The Sthalapurana states that the Devi did penance under the tree in front of Shivalinga made by her in order to marry Lord Shiva. So people conduct the marriages of their family under the sacred tree as well. So I conclude that the Sthalavriksha is verily considered as divine as deity in the sanctum. According such a special place, the sacred trees ensure that they preserve biodiversity and also that they are used by people for their many special medicinal properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Shambhavi Amma. Such a nice paper. Very good. I think everyone was also excited and inspired by the paper. Such a rich collection of Sthalavriksha related.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Let us check if there are any questions. Himanshu Shukla is congratulating you for a good compilation, and he wants a PDF file of this paper. Okay, so you are very young, so it is promising for us that the next generation is getting ready for this kind of work. Wonderful work. All the best for your examinations today, your semester examinations.
Thank you, sir.
Do well in the examinations.
Thank you. Namaste, sir.
Now we'll move on to the next paper. Actually, that was supposed to be the first paper of the session by Dr. Deepa Durai Swami. Dr. Deepa Durai Swami has worked on agamas from several different perspectives, and she has a wonderful publication on temple management from agamas. Today, her paper is going to be on Mrit Sangrahanam, a ritual process as a mirror for Hindu environmentalism.
Thank you, sir. Namaste, everybody. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. It's always inspiring to be in the midst of Indica scholars and it has been the case at this conference as well, especially because the topic was so inspiring, and Professor Nagaraj's introduction to the conference was so inspiring that it automatically triggered this. I hope this is of some interest to scholars here. I'm going to talk about a very minor process called Mrit Sangrahanam that is described in the Agamas, which is still practiced today, and using it as a mirror for Hindu environmentalism, looking at it through the lens of what is called eco-theology. I'm learning all these terms now. And as we have seen over the 2 days of the conference, the whole edifice of Western civilization is built on the idea of conquering nature, and which is reflected not just in the science and reason of the Renaissance or Enlightenment in the past 400 years, but also many 100 years before that, as Lynn White mentions in his landmark paper, that even the development of a plow in agriculture signifies the idea of conquering nature. The friction of this plow was so great that it normally required not 2 but 8 oxen. There was a vertical knife that cut through the soil and a horizontal shear to slice through the soil. The imagery that he brings is so vivid. In contrast, we have Eastern religions, especially Hinduism, which is held up as an example of something which is bioethical, and which is built on the idea of coexistence in harmony with nature. People talk about, Dr. Nandita Krishna talks about the Bhu Sukta. Several scholars have quoted that. Even yesterday, somebody spoke about that. And everything rests on the idea that all creation is sacred, and we are not the stewards. We are not meant to dominate. It is not meant for human beings. Internationally as well, people speaking for Hinduism, example, this Hindu Declaration on Climate Change in 2009 says, it tries to articulate what Hinduism stands for, which says that man is not separate from nature. We are linked spiritually, psychologically, etc. We have a deep reverence for life, and so on. Where does all this stem from, right? So I'm going to try and show that even the smallest of processes reflects this spirit. The context for this Mrit Sangrahanam ritual is a slightly larger ritual. It is part of a ritual called Ankura Arpana, which many of you might have heard of, which is a ritual sprouting of seeds before any festival, before any marriage, any auspicious festival, Navratri and so on. We've seen in different parts of the country, people still do this, which is the ritual sprouting of these saplings. Now, this actually originates from the temple ritual, because for all temple festivals, including the Kumbhabhisheka, the consecration, etc., this is the preparatory ritual. First, everything starts with Ankura Arpanam, offering of these seedlings. Now, in the Palika pots, they are planted. Where do you plant them? You need the soil, right? So Mrit Sangrahanam is the process of collecting the soil, the Mrit Sangrahanam, collecting the soil in a good way. Okay, it's a very auspicious process. As with all the rituals, the philosophy behind it is that, it is a creation philosophy. It denotes the Panchakritya, the fivefold function of the Pati, Lord, of the creative aspect of the Lord. Okay, now let us look at the ritual. How do you collect the soil? First, the Acharya, whatever material is required, the Acharya and his assistants, they take the material in the procession around the temple to the place where the soil is to be collected. This is very interesting. Where they collect the soil, it can be from the river bank, seaside, foot of mountains. It also mentions ant hills. My reference is from the Sukshma Agama. Karanagama also mentions this. Ant hills, because yesterday somebody was talking about, I think Arunji was talking about how ant hills are very important. The soil from the ant hills is used, as very protective and preventive. It's supposed to be healing and so on. Nagaraji also mentioned how several tribal cultures follow this. So again, this artificial, dichotomy between whatever is classical religion versus, what is practiced by the natives and so on. Even what is classical literature mirrors the same practice. So ant hills are supposed to be very sacred, and that soil can be used for Mrit Sangrahanam as well. Soil can be collected from near the temple tirtha, the well or the tank, or the sthala vriksha, like Sambhavi just said. And so first, the place, wherever the place has been selected, it has to be leveled. A 4-part matrix is made, on which Mother Earth is drawn and envisioned as Bhuma Devi or Dhara. A Sthandila altar is installed. Kalashas are installed with water and different deities are invoked. Again, 9-part matrix is drawn. I'll just show show this. First, there's Ganesha Puja and Brahma is invoked. And all these Parivara Devatas, Ananta, Vinata, Bhadra, Jayanta, Brahmari, Brahma, Prasthita, Parijrumbi, and Shulini are all invoked around Brahma. Okay, in all the directions. And then this is beautiful. Bhuma Devi is also invoked and prayed. And then they are requested to leave that space because we are going to collect soil for the worship of Shiva. And the hoe is also worshipped. And then the hoe is used. And then soil is collected from the Garbha region of the Mother Earth. And then the collected soil is also kept very securely. And the most important thing is whatever area has been dug up, that area is leveled. And then it is worshipped again. And the waters that they were worshipped in this Thandila, those waters are used to, that area is drenched with those consecrated waters, because those waters are all the 7 seas. One kumbha is installed with the Kshira Arnava. One is installed with the Shuddhodaka Arnava, which is pure water. One is Kshira, one is Lavana Arnava. The salts, all the 7 seas that we spoke about, those are invoked in those, and then they are used to heal Mother Earth. The flow of water is supposed to heal the wound that is made. Okay, so this is how the picture is drawn. And at the head, you can see those kalashas are kept. And the acharya is performing pranayama. He's going to worship the kalashas. Then he's going to worship Mother Earth. The Brahma and the surrounding Parivara Devatas are worshipped in the 9-part matrix. Now soil is collected. You see the turmeric at behind that. I'll tell you what it is in a bit. And then the remaining water is, performed. Abhishekam is performed to the Sthala Riksha. Here, this is a Bilva tree. And the Sthala Riksha is also worshipped. You see all the villagers are standing there and witnessing the ceremony. This is part of the consecration ceremony that I recently was blessed to be a part of, the Kumbhabhishekam of the Shri Sheetalambika Samena Maranupuleshwara Swami in Tirumalizai, which is near Chennai. And then the soil that is collected is kept on the head of the Paricharaka. First, the Paricharaka is worshipped, the Acharya garlands him, then he keeps the soil on top of his head, then he takes it in a procession around the temple. How is this relevant to environment? Okay, so this is the ritual. So these are my observations, and I invite you to add to this or correct me if I'm wrong. The first thing is, I observe that there is a consistent fractal structure in all our processes. The part reflects the whole. The entire philosophy is deep coded into every small ritual, and every practice is so consistent with each other. Everything fits like a jigsaw puzzle, and each puzzle contains the whole. If you look at one, you can understand the philosophy of the whole. So every ritual is a perfect example of the spirit of the tradition. And then there is no moral high ground. You don't say that, oh, well, I am worshipping Lord Shiva, which is a great, end in itself. So therefore, I can do whatever I want. No. So I think this is one of the key principles which defines environment consciousness today, that the end just does not, because science, even yesterday, there was this conversation that what about poverty? What about, science and development actually contributes to poverty alleviation. So no matter how lofty your goal is, the paths you use to get there should also be dharmic. And you cannot haphazardly lay claim to nature's resources saying you're doing it for the benefit of the world. And then the tradition also acknowledges the invisible world. You are humble and you say that not everything is just what I see. There are also worlds that are inaccessible to me, that are invisible to me, which are equally important. And therefore, not only is nature divine, but it is occupied and permeated by other divine entities. Next, the place of human actors as not dominators, but as respectful cohabitants. Okay, and because therefore, when you're using space, you're very respectful about it. You know you want it, we use it only as required because you coexist with other beings, all beings. And then the rule of receive and replenish. You take what you want, but then you leave it in a better way than you found it. You level the ground, you drench it with milk and sanctified water. It's beautiful, as if you have cut Mother Earth and you are actually sealing the wound, which is why they put turmeric also on top of it. They put seeds into it because turmeric is an antibiotic. And, it's as if they are protecting Mother Earth, saying, I had to do it, but now I protect you and I give you a lot more nourishment. It points to protection and sustainable use. There is also a counter view in literature. saying biodivinity cannot translate to environmentalism, especially this article by Emma Tomlin, which says, yes, all these are beautiful rituals, but it does not really mean that, Hindus are especially more environmentally conscious than other traditions. I have two arguments to this. One is that these rituals are practiced every day, and they are part of our daily life, they are part of our lifestyle, and therefore sacred rituals are not just in temples but permeates to common man. Even if you're not aware of why you're doing it, the consciousness of the preciousness of these processes and these trees, the environment, all that sort of permeates into an inner consciousness and the collective social consciousness of society. You see all these festivals that are done using these Ankurarpana rituals all over the country during Navratra, during special festivals. And the world always plays catch up, which is the recent development says that we want to give legal personhood to Mother Earth. But we were there much before, and we were there right at the beginning. Legal personhood to Mother Earth is how we, is the underpinning of everything. We have legal personhood for the deity because legality derives from reality, right? The reality is that it's not that we have to give some artificial status to something that is inanimate. We truly consider nature as animate and as a substrate for our very existence. I'm going to share one video which probably will sort of explain this further. Sorry, I'm just trying to, please bear with me for 1 minute. I have a video of this festival, of this ritual, just trying to share that. You see, the Shuddhota Karnava is invoked in the central Kumbha. Now he'll invoke, I've not shown it here, but all the different waters are invoked in all the other Kumbhas and worshipped. You can see Nandi in the background because the work is going on, so you can see all that. Now Brahma and the surrounding deities are going to be worshipped. So this is Arun Nandi Shivam. He's going to be presenting a while later.
Vedanta Vedanetram Samjita
Vampidavatrancha Pundarikadalekshana
Sarvaparana Samyukta Dhanabharatam Vidam
Dharaji Vishmahe Sarvasiddhija Dhimahe
No Dhara Prachodajate
Om Him Bhumi Devyi Namaha
Avakya Avahana Sthavana Sanidhana Sanirodhana Digbandhana Vakundana Salatrayadhena Yonimpraha Pratadishya
Madhya Jamanadhyani Dattva
Anadipacharani Vidhaya Gandhavishtamrihi Adyachya
Radha Ravindram Vida Ravindram Have Have Suhavagum Suravindram
Veda Datram Puruho Ravindram Swastino Bhava Khat Putraha
Kevarunasya Vidvan Devasya Hedo Vajasi Sekha
Jito Vannita Mashodita No Vishvat Yeshagum Siprama Mudhyasmate Mandramuti
Mahavatagadarudam Swarnavartam Kiridinam
Namdasavajravani Bhavayede
Mahavitraja Namaha Agyajam Mahavanyasanaja Namaha
Namaha Namaha
Prarthyam He Lokapalaha Shrimantu Yagakaryantamevahi
Digam Pratignami Anugyam
Yadam Mama Iti Prarthyam
Om Anta Namaha
Dandamule Om Ham Bhumi Bhunasanaja Namaha Iti Dandamadhye Om Ham Varunaja Namaha
Dandagre Bhanutriksha Namaha
Dandimule Om Ham Mahipadaje Namaha
Dali Madhye Mamuttara Namaha
Agre Om Ham Kurmaja Namaha
Dali Veeravalli Cha Astana Merbhavagam
Manayam Vasuki Khyatam Kundali Hema Bhushanam Vidhyatva Avahanadijam Vidhaja Vedasthana Shriya Devi Gachatvam Yatha Sukham Iti Pratya
Uvidevi Swaha Adari Malam Tambulam Nivedayami
Asamaniyam Satvajami
Om Dhanudharaye Vidmahe Sarvasiddhi Dhimahe Tanno Dhara Prachodayate Uvidevi Maha
Kakura Jyotihi प्रार्थ्य एतस्थान श्रिया देवी गच्छत्वं हि यथा सुखम् इति प्रार्थ्य येन प्रमाणेन त्रिवारं गृहीत्वा ॐ उद्धृता शिवरायेण कृष्णेन शतबाहुना मृत्तिके हनमे पापं यन्मया दुष्कृतं कृतं मृत्तिके ब्रह्मदत्तासि काश्यपेनाभिमन्त्रिता मृत्तिके देहि मे पुष्टिं त्वयि सर्वं प्रतिष्ठितं मृत्तिके प्रतिष्ठिते सर्वं तन्मे नर्मदमृत्तिके तया हनेन पापेन गच्छामि परमागतिम्
अन्तरिक्षं महित्वा नमस्ते ते देवन्नादमन्नाध्यायादते आयङ्गो कृष्णिरक्रमेत तनन्मातरं पुनः पितरं च प्रयन्स्वः त्रिगुंशद्धाम विराजति वाक्पतङ्गाय शिश्रिये प्रत्यस्य वहाद्युभिः अस्य प्राणादपानत्यन्तश्चरतिरोचना स्वेच्छन्महिषस्वः यद्वा कृतः परोपपुण्यदायदवत्या सुकल्पमग्ने दत्तमपुनस्तोद्धीमयामसि यद्दे मन्यपराजस्य पृथिवीमनुदत्पते आदित्या विश्वे तद्देवावसवश्च समाभरन् मनोज्योतिर्दिशसामाद्यं विच्छिन्ने यज्ञकं सुभिमन्ददातो बृहस्पतिस्तनुता विमन्नो विश्वे देवा इहमादिनिन्द्रा सप्तदे अग्ने समिधः सप्तजिह्वा सप्तविषयः सप्तधाम प्रियाणि सप्तहोत्राः सप्तधात्मा यजन्ति सप्तयोनिरापृणस्वा कृतेन पुनरूर्जा निवर्तस्व पुनरग्ने इलाजुला पुनर्नः पाहि विष्णवः हरय्या निवर्तस्व बिम्बस्वधारया विश्वप्रिया विश्वदस्मरीले कस्तले कस्तुले कस्तेन आदित्या आजञ्जुषाणाभियन्तुके तस्सुके तस्सुके तस्तेन आदित्या आजञ्जुषाणाभियन्तु विवस्वागुं मतिदेवतो तस्तेन आदित्या आजञ्जुषाणाभियन्तु धराजी विद्महे सर्वसिद्धि च धीमहि तन्नो धरा प्रचोदयात्।
Thank you very much. I thought it was very fitting that we share the Bhusukta during a conference like this. My pranams to the Acharyas who keep this tradition alive for 2000 years, whether anybody else believes or not. They believe and they keep it alive for posterity. And thank you, Indika, for the opportunity to share this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Namaste. Vande Matram and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Deepaji. I am still yet to come out of my ecstasy. Thank you very much. I don't know who did the whole photography, videography of such a beautiful event. It is so promising to see young acharyas doing this, because it gives us a hope that they will continue it for many more years. Yeah, the acharyas are also very young. And
in fact, one of the acharyas who conducted it, who read the Patha, is going to be presenting his paper today on Adbhuta Shanti, Shri Arun Nandi Shivam.
Oh, where is he going to present it?
Now here in our session today, Shri Arun Nandi Shivam.
Okay. Arun Nandi Shivam is the priest.
He is the priest who read out the Patha for the priest to perform the thing. There are usually two people, one to conduct, who is the sadhaka, who conducts, and then the other person who actually performs, so that nothing is left out. So Shri Arun Nandi Shivam is the one who was reading out, and he is here today to present a paper. So it's a huge, I'm very happy, sir, that you're giving them an opportunity for the traditional scholars to share their knowledge with the world on your platform. I'm very grateful to you.
We are privileged. We are privileged. We are all the ones. Actually.
Professor, can I please put a question to ma'am? If I may be permitted?
Yeah.
Dr. Paturi?
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, I just wanted to know, like all these young scholars, and the priests in the making, do they belong to a particular caste or community, or anybody can, take this knowledge and take the priestly role?
Ma'am, namaste. Thank you for your question. The knowledge is democratic. It is open to all. It's open for everybody. This is the Shiva Siddhanta philosophy based on which Shiva temples were constructed and worshipped all over the country for more than 2000 years that we have records for. But today, unfortunately, due to a lot of other aggression, etc., it's preserved as a Shastra in Kashmir and as temples and temple worship in South India. As you can see from Tamil Nadu alone has 40,000 temples. It is based on the Shaivagama, which says that Adi Shaiva are the community created for the worship of Shiva, because the science, it's a very esoteric science of actually accessing the highest energy principle and bringing that Lord Shiva down to earth for the benefit of the world, which is called Parartha Puja. And that is the living deity is established in the temple and worshipped. And Adishaiva acharyas, like you can see, all our young scholars, those acharyas, are from the Adishaiva tradition. They undergo Diksha, and their dharma forever is to do this worship and to teach. Okay, but the agamas are accessible to everybody. The agama says everybody should get Diksha, everybody should get a Shivalinga, everybody should do Shiva Puja, everybody should get moksha. The whole idea of a temple is social transformation. And not just that, as we'll see from all the other temple papers, the idea of a temple, every part of a temple, every temple ritual is for the benefit of the whole universe. And our vision of what the whole universe is truly universal. It's not just for the benefit of the devotees of this Shaiva tradition, or for Hindus, or for people in that particular place. It's not just for humans alone. It's for the whole universe, not just this universe, but for the multiverse. The Agama talks about 224 bhuvanas. So it's truly democratic, ma'am.
Excellent, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
As always, Deepa ji is our star figure, our celebrity. She has been doing excellent work in the area of Agama. She is from management field, for the information of the audience. And such people, actually, I would like to share with Dr. Prasanna Kumar ji also, that this is a new development, that people from these fields, like our Megh ji is also from corporate experience. All our star figures, all our celebrity scholars, you looked at the rigor with which she presents a paper, the rigor of analysis, the rigor of substantiation, evidence that she brings. But this is some miracle that is happening. Universities, social sciences and humanities departments all over the world, not only in India, they are receiving a raw deal. They are not being encouraged at all. So how to compensate? Probably Paramatman found these people. All these people are entering the field from outside the university system. If they are inside the university system, they will also face the same problem of lack of funds. Nobody gives you funds. So when there is no fund, no one agrees, no one is encouraged, excited, or any such thing. So wonderfully into social sciences and humanities, people like you, Deepa ji, you are all entering. It is such a satisfying experience. More books from you should come. And this particular thing with Sangrahana, because you mentioned some scholar who said that it is just biodivinity, there is no impact and all that. Let me tell you, when environmentalism in 60s started, there was a lot of literature that was emerging. And because people were attacking Western tradition, Christianity, and science and technology, there emerged books which were defending Western culture. One of them was a book by Passmore called Man's Responsibility for Nature. And in that he says, why are you blaming Western tradition? Western also includes pre-Christian West. And he defends pre-Christian West by saying, for example, what you described in Rutsangrahana, he describes and says, in pre-Christian West, we were taking permission from the trees, from the earth, and he uses the word presiding deities. Actually, it is very similar to our Adidevata concept. So we were having presiding deities, we were taking permission from the presiding deities of the trees and the earth and all that. So when it comes to defending their own tradition, they jump to pre-Christian times. But when it comes to understanding Eastern traditions or Hinduism or anything, then immediately they jump to saying it is only just biodivinity. There is nothing that you are doing. It is not environmentally helpful. How is this? So these arguments show that this attitude of taking permission, living in exchange, living in coherence was universal. It was probably global. It was a global pagan. It was a global indigenous culture. Pagan is a bad word for Abrahamic religions. But we are proud pagans. We are all very proud pagans because it is these pagans that have been preserving the earth. That particularly that the video that you showed shows the delicacy with which the Ritsangrahana is done and healing and everything that healing touch they give. That is what Dr. Prasanna Kumarji yesterday was saying. It is an ethic. It is an environmental ethic. It is not that you are doing some research in technology, some new technologies emerging and all that. Whatever research is happening in sustainable development, technology research, industrial research, machine research, that requires a new emotional orientation. Actually, it was only brain, no emotion, no heart at all. So now with brain with heart, brain intelligence with heart is what is required. So what these traditions give you is that heart. So if that heart is actually used, biodivinity is environmentally helpful. But if there is a hypocrite who has biodivinity only as a ritual, but does not apply it to his technological innovations and all that, that is a problem with the hypocrite. That is not the problem with the biodivinity traditions. So what we people have to do is to encourage all the laboratories, technology innovation places, that they have to be in coherence with these local traditions. All the technocrats, particularly the innovators in the technology field, they have to be educated and they have to be told that your innovations have to be emotionally aligned with this kind of, delicately touching the earth. You should not innovate any technology that violates this kind of attitude. Okay, thank you very much. And let us see if there are any more questions. Savita Singh ji, can India lead the whole world to save the environment? And since the chat box is disabled, I'm sending my appreciation here. Wonderful presentation, Dr. Deepa, to bring this ritual, and rightly said that it is still a part of our household rituals. Excellent, Deepa ji. Looking forward to more of your presentations. Taking permission from nature, we could see from Vedic era to tribal society. Any help we can provide to these Archakas? Rajeshwari Patel is saying, any help we can provide to these Archakas? I will let us wait when Arun Nandi Shivamji speaks. If they need any help, he will mention that during his presentation. And we are so privileged to have those divine people.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity again. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, our Aravind Shivamji, importance of Vidyana in Agamas, preservation of environment as detailed in the Shiva Agamas.
वंदे महागणपतिं मदनारिसूनुं वामोरुसंस्थवनिता भुजवेष्टितांगं वल्लीशपूर्वजभीष्टतमाश्रितानां वाणीपतिप्रमुखदेवगणार्चिताङ्घ्रिं मनोन्मणिमातृकया समेते श्रीवैद्यनाथेश्वर सार्वभौमे हृदि स्थिते मे किमुवाञ्छितार्थः न लभ्यते दैविकमानुषेषु. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. At the outset, I thank everyone who is a part of to arrange this conference, which is a need of the hour. My paper is importance of Tataka and Udyana in Agamas, preservation of the environment as detailed in the Shaiva Agamas. I am Aravinda Shivam from Panruti, Tamil Nadu, alumni of Vedagama Samskrita Mahapatashala, Shri Shri Gurukulam, Art of Living, Bengaluru. The temple or the vital, the central to the Hindu way of life, because the environment and the social of the people it is the main central place is the temple. Temple plays a vital role in the social ecosystem because everything it will come around the central point of the temple. Like here, the importance of water bodies and temple gardens. The temple consists of many angas, like you all see the temple mantapas, nritya mantapa, alankara mantapas, which deals with the architecture, and also the nritya mandapas means the natyam, like that patashala, goshala, gidashala, and everything. Goshala deals with go samrakshana, Gadashala, Patashala, like the likewise the many angas are for the temples. Important angas which deals with the environment is Tataka and Udyana. Tataka means the water bodies in the temple and around. That Udyana means the garden and the tree, vikshas and everything around the temple. It is an important anga of the temple to protect the environment. And in Shaivagamas, in the Chintya Vishwa Agama, it is told there is 4 types of water: Nadyam, Vapyam, Tatakeva, Kupe, Vapi, Chaturvidham. It means Nadi, Vapi, Tatakam, and Kupa. Nadi means the river, Vapi means the reservoir lake, Tataka means the pond in the, around the temples, the Kupa means the well. And then there only the benefits of bathing. Kupasnanam nakartavyam, nadyadishu cha satsvapi, alabhetu prakartavyam, kupasnanam nadosha bhag. Like that, if there is a river, we should bath in the river only, don't bathe in the well. And then the phala, like that also, they are saying the lake is 10 times more beneficial than a well, and a river is 10 times more than beneficial than a lake. The ocean is 10 times more beneficial than a river. And Tata Shatagunam Punyam Snanam Prangmukha Uchate. Prang means the east. One should face the east bathing 100 times more beneficial, like that. Pravahabhimukhi Bhutva Nadyam Snanam Samacharet. The one should face the incoming flow of the water while bathing in the river. Tatrapi Dakshinam Tiram Anantam Phalamuchate. The banks of the river, right side of the river bank bestows unlimited fruits for the bathing. That is the Tataka Lakshana, Tataka Pratishtha, prescribed in the Sukshmagama, Tataka Pratishtha Vidhi, talks about the importance and the construction of water bodies in the temple of different sizes. Tataka Sthapanam Vakshe Sunutvam Tat Prabhanjana. Tatakam Vacha Vapiva, Pushkarani Yachavapiva, Alayabhimuki Mukyam, Mukhe Mukyam, Aishanya Muttare Piva, Dakshineva Prakurbita, Agneyam Pastime Piva. That is the figures of the Alayabhimukyam, the east, Aishanyam, Uttare, Dakshinam, Agneyam, Pastime, like this. It is said the southwest and northwest, the location could be any direction without except the southwest and northwest. The location where to place the Tataka, and then the construction. Yatha Manorame Deshe Tatakam Karayet Sudhihi. The location should be chosen to be pleasant and pleasing environment. It could be a part of the temple garden as well. It should be constructed well with stones or bricks. Sushailadi Ishtaka Bhirva, any bricks or stones, Tatstanam Kare Dridham, we should be very strong. Sopana Sahitam Kritva, Yatha Vibhava Vistaram. The sites depend on the budget of the Karta, and it should be Sopana Sahitam, the steps it should be there. If one is unable to construct a large tank, at least a well should be dug in there. Pratishtapalam, if the tradition says that one who construct a temple tank is blessed with wealth, abundance, prosperity, progress, bhukti, mukti, and saukyam, without a doubt. Yah kuryat tirthamuddishya, sahi sarvam apnuyat, dhanadhanya samriddhisyat, arogyam putra sampadam, bhuktim, muktim cha saukyam cha, labhate natra sami. Without doubt, he will get all this. And then Kupasnanam, that itself. Evam yah kurute martyaha sa punyam gati mapnuyat. One who constructs a well reaches a better state in the next world. It is a Pratishtha Phalam. And an important line is that Toyam Shuddham Ashuddham Va Shivalaya Samipagam Shiva Gangeti Tam Vidyat Shiva Dhamamu Sechanat. Water near a Shiva temple, whether it is clean or unclean, should be considered as Shiva Ganga, because the tirtha of the Shiva temple reaches that water. So we should think it is a Shiva Ganga. We should consider it is Shiva Ganga. It is a next thing. It's a Udyana garden. A garden can be considered for oneself for a temple. A long list of flowers and plants are mentioned in the Agamas, where to plant a tree, what are the types of tree, herbs and creepers, like that. There's a many list. For example, Champaka, Karavira, Nandyavartam, Mallika, Jati, Nilotpalam, Punnagam, Patili, like that. I just read some lines of the Mulagama text. Udyana Lakshana Patalam in Shrimat Karanagama. Atmarcheva Pararcheva Udyanam Kalpayet Naraha Sareva Kshaura Bhumava Rukaradi Ashtakasthale Jati Nulot Palancheva Hriberansa Dvipatpagam Karantam Bakapushpamcha Uruba Kusuman Tacha Punnagam Patali Cheva Shankamcha Shriya Vartakam Bahukarnika Mevoktam Karnikaram Dvikarnika Lakshmi cha Vakulam Bilvam Rakta Mandara Kauravam Shvetarkam Matali Dronam Shweta Lodham Tachaivacha Ankolam Mashi Patram cha Bringarajam Tachaivacha. Like that, the many trees, plants, herbs, like that. What are the flowers there we should plant in the garden, like that? There is many. There is some research material we want to research that what is that this flower means, what is that flower means. So we should research for that. Pushparchana Phalan, there in the same patala it said Pushpa Bhedai Patra Bhedaihi Ta Anyani Sarvashaha Sahasra Shankhya Chaiva Shiva Preetikaram Bhavet. There are 1,000 varieties of flowers and leaves that are said to be favored by Lord Shiva. Jnana Durvam Samabhyarcha Dehante Moksham Apnuyat. Offering even a blade of Durva grass with Jnana, bestow moksha, when known. Ajnanena Yadet Shambhum Dehante Bhupati Pakam. Offering even without Jnana. We have done puja without Jnana, bestowing great results, including being born as a Bhupati in the next new birth. So you can hear the Nayanar, one who just done a prayer by offering flower, made a moksha gati, and it is he is Nayanar. The puja without the flowers and leaves lead to anavrishti. It is said when we are offering the puja, the pushpa patra vihinena anavrishtir bhavishyati. without we do puja, it leads to, it is all connected with the environment. Special details with flowers of the day, months, or etc. are explained in that like Arkavare tu bilvam syat, tulasi somavarake, angare cha kapitsam syat, matulingam budhe tataha, brihaspatyaam cha mandaram, bhargave jampu patrakam, vishnukranti bhavet sauram, varapatra mihochyate. Like that, one each day, the Sunday for Bilvapatra, Monday Tulasi, Tuesday Vila Ilai, like that Kapitsam, like that every day it is special for this flower. This day is special for this, and then also for month in the Masa Puja Vidhi. This month flower is that, like it will continues. The inscriptions. An inscription, the Mamalapuram Seashore Temple assembled the Tirunandavanam of the south of the Jalashaya Devata. Explains that it is mentioned Tirunandavana. The temple gardens were taken care of the families settled there for prosper, that they are called Tirunandavana Kudi. They are separately made for the care taking for the Nandavana. Tirunandavana. We can infer that there are temple flower gardens, separately families settled there to raise the flower and maintain the garden. Separate garland makers to make the various stands and garlands, and that there was a Tiruppu Mandapam, especially for the flower hall in the temple, which could have a separate hall, at least specified area where to flowers were to be collected and the garlands made. The reference from the temple management in the Agamas. And temple has a responsibility to sing big bells. They shall have the gardens land planting without fruit bearing and useful trees of various descriptions, such as the coconut, Pralimara, jack, and mango, and shall cultivate sweet scented creepers and flower plants like Damana, Marugu, Iruveli, Shenpaka, and several. This case study, it is explained that the place named Pammal in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, before the year 2000, the groundwater level is the neighborhood of the tanks were highly polluted by the overflow from nearby tanneries. And after the renovation of the tank, there is an improvement in the quality of groundwater within 5 kilometers radius of the water body. It is said in this case study, there are more 1,000 tanks that over. That is the more beautiful. They have explained, and they have told this to be 1,000 tanks to be renovated like that. It is already there in our agamas and temple ecosystem. It was there. We have to follow that. If they have told this is new, we want to take like that, but it is already there. We have to follow that. Temple tax are key to urban water conservation. The book, Madam Madhavi Ganesha, Associate Professor at the Central of Water Resource in Anna University in Chennai, she tells that temple tanks are very useful for the rainwater harvesting, recharging the aquariums. Most temples were designed to include tanks and individual weight for ensuring water management as part of religion and ritual. They are tool of recharging groundwater and absorbing flood water. Only 55% of temple tanks in Tamil Nadu is in good condition. So we have to preserve all the tanks with the what are the procedures like that. Some of them, it is Dhenupurishwar Temple, Chennai. Selayur Shiva Temple. There are the structure is there. We have to protect and preserve the what are the it is followed. The conclusion is temple tanks or gardens are the dharmic way to ensure ecological balance and biodiversity. What is environment friendly means it is considered as punya, divinity like that. We have to follow that. Temple exercise soft power in society and judge people to do right by the environment by example as well as exhaustion. Preserving and protecting these structures is the first step to repair and redress the current imbalance. Thank you all. Jai Guru. It is all by the grace of my gurus. I am just a Jai Guru.
Namaste. Pranams to Arvind Shivamji for such a wonderful paper. And it is so assuring to see you people to be well versed on both sides. So you are learned in your agama and practice, and you are so articulate in English, and you are so well aware of the environmentalist side research also. Your presentation has so many references and case studies. You have quoted case studies also. Wonderful. And I'm hopeful that all this goes into your Agama Patashala also to the next generation. And it is so assuring to see you people to be so young also. You are such young people. And just for information, how many more youngsters are getting trained under you, Acharya?
In our Gurukulam, Shri Shri Gurukulam in Bangalore, the more than 200 students were passed out with a master's degree in Shaivagama, and 200 more children are studying now.
Oh, so how old are they?
They all between 12 to 20.
Excellent, excellent. Next generation. Oh, another 70, 80 years are assured. Oh, wow. So such a great seva that you are doing. And you have this kind of academic presentation tendency also. So why not you people write papers, do research publications? We are there, Arvind Shivamji. Indic Academy will support your publications. If you want to come up with a book on this, we will publish that book. And I think you have to go for a PhD also.
I have registered for the PhD now.
Good. Please do that.
We both, Arun and Shivam and mine.
Yeah, you have to have degrees, PhDs, and other degrees also, and continue publishing as much as possible, particularly in English or any language that more people understand. Thank you very much. And there was a question. One person was asking how to decide the right side of the river, where to stand, and how to understand which is the right path.
It is in the pravaham. It is coming outflow. We opposite direction. We have to stand. That the right side is that.
Oh, okay. Then the right hand side is the right side. Okay. So, and there was a question about is there any help needed for the acharyas? What can we do to help the tradition continue?
Now the Patashalas as running there with the grace of the gurus only we are standing here. If the help need to for the Patashala, it will be help more students and more traditional scholars.
Oh, that is so wonderful. So he's saying he does not need any funds because Gurudev has arranged for the funds. Please help us by sending more students. Is such a graceful, such a generous and broad-minded request. Any more questions to Arvind Shivamji? Rajeshwari Patel ji wants your email address so that she can correspond with you. And one anonymous attendee is asking why northwest and southwest directions of water bodies are prohibited.
It is said by the Lord Shiva. It should be has some issues like that. I don't want to research in that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So now we'll move on to Arun Nandi Shivamji. He comes from the same team. They are working on Shaiva Agamas, and Arun Nandi Shivamji is also part of the same team who are working on these agamas. He is going to talk about special prayers prescribed in the agamas to balance the nature. Arun Nandi Shivamji.
Namaste. Namaste. Om Sadashiva Samarambham Shrikantacharya Madhyamam Asmat Acharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Namaste, everyone. Good morning to everyone. Presence here. My humble pranams to all Vidwans. And I am discuss about in Uttara Kamikagama, 31st chapter in Adbhuta Shanti Vidhi. Talks about the balance and strengthen nature of environment around us. There are reference of the Shaivagama in crossing like milk, flower and so on. Srimad Kamikagami Uttara Bhage Ekatrimshaha Patalaha Adbhuta Shanti Vidhi. Universal version of temples. Parartha Puja or worship done in temples is not just for the benefit of devotees or only humans, but for the benefit of the whole universe. Temple ecosystem is especially for balance living in and with the natural world. Sarvesham Rakshanarthaya Gramadishu Visheshataha Stapitam Vidhina Lingam Surairva Munibhir Naraihi Swayam Udbhuta Lingam Cha Pratimancheshwaratmakam Tat Parartham Samakhyatam Sarvesham Atmanah Phalam. This is in Karanagama Shloka. The first Adbhuta Shanti Vidhi. The Lord Shiva is telling Vakshed Bhutanam Shamtintu Sarvarishta Nivarinim Rajanyam Darshanam Bhanoho Pararaja Bhayam Bhaved. If one see the sun in the night or the moon in the morning, there is the threat for neighboring kings. And the next one is seeing the moon on a new moon day, also threat of aggressing for other kings. Darshe cha bhidite chandre paro raja bhavishyati sambhave bhumikampetu nripabhango bhave dhruvam. If earthquakes occur, creates a threat to the king and kingdom for sure. The next one is if temple structures, garden, etc. degenerated and collapse, if the rivers, tank, lakes dry up despair, it will result is durbhiksha, poorest and duration. Worshipping the Lord even stick can regenerate the water bodies. Prasadabhantapadyadi dhramanepyevam nadi tataka kupadi shobhe durbhikshata bhavet. This is the main point of the Adbhuta Shanti Vidhi. Madhukshi Rajya Vrishtyadau राष्ट्रक्षोभं समादिशेत् मृत्तेलाश्मासृगात् धीर्वा वर्षश्चेद्दद्वहेहितः. The rain of honey, milk, ghee, sand and stone or flowers indicated impending destruction of Pralaya Kala. Loke mridadi vrishchischede kshirasnapana samyutam. The sandstones as in the desert performing abhisheka with milk and elevate. About the tree, the temple tree should not move, else the crop will be destroyed. Murti Homa should be done with twigs of the same species. A new tree should be planted and watered in the Homa water. The Acharya should protect the sapling till the tree bears fruits in the 3 years. Vrikshe sthanantaram prapte sasyanasho bhavishyati tadriksha jati sambhuta samidbhir murti homakam samvatsaratrayad drava vrikshe pushpaphalot bhavem. On the point of 6, if the drums beat on their own, if gas, Anshunal and great rains pandemic, Bheryadi nam swayam ghoshe mahamari pravartate. Loke grahana kshatrapatane vahana nam kshayam. If comments fall on earth, the destroys the live vahana like elephants, cow, bulls, horse, cats and so on. It can also causes distributions of wild animals as well, like tiger, Vrishabha, etc. also. Expanded death of animals. Pratyaham shaddina durdham ashane patane satim. If one sees a rainbow at night, it causes distractions. Tatshakha patitas chedvi rakshakshobho mahan bhavete tadeka shakha patane kalaho bhuvi jayate. One should not cut down trees. If case dissolution of the king and kingdom, not even the tree, but even in one branch falls down. If cases confusion and despair in the world. Even in the Kumara Sambhavam, Devi talks about using only falling twigs. Swayam patita vriksha patrani. And the next point is Ativrishti samutpattau bhuvo durbhikshatam bhavet. Excessive rain indicated impending famine. And the next part of this PowerPoint, the Shodashopachara Vidhanam. Unlike in Shivalaya, they are doing Nitya Pujas. And the Nitya Pujas, we are doing offering the Shiva to Shodasha Upachara, the 16 types of Deepa. The first Deepa is the Naga Deepa. And the Veda mantra, Namo astu sarpe bhyoje ke cha prithvi manu je antarikshe je divike bhyas sarpe bhyo namaha jagatam sarpa bhiti nasharthamayam Nagadipam. Destroys fear of snakes. All peoples destroys fear of snakes. The second Deepa, Vrishabha Deepaha. The Vrishabha is the Dharma Swarupa. The Agama says, Dharma Dhipataje Om Maham Vrishabhaya Namaha. In the Dhwajarohanam also, we offering the puja and the Dhwajapada, Dharma Devata, the Vrishabha. The Veda mantras, yes, Sushringasva Vrishabha, Kalyano Drona Ahitaha, Karshi Vala Pradanena, Vrishabhena Yajamahe, Vrishabhena Yajamanaha, Akruruneva Satpisha, Mridhascha Sarvajindrena, Pritanascha Jayamasi, Yasyaya Vrishabho Havihim, Jagatam Dharma Raksharthoyam, Vrishabhadipaha, products dharma in the world. The next Deepa is Purusha Mriga Deepa. The Purusha Mriga is of Purusha and of Mriga. Purusha Mriga Adhipataye Om Ham Vishnave Namaha. The Veda mantra Purusha Mrigas Chandramase Godha Kalakadarva Ghataste Vanaspati Namen Yanhe Krishno Ratri Jai Pikah Kshvinka Neelashishne Deher Yamne Dhatu Katkataha Jagatam Sanjana Utpathyatoyam Purusha Mrigadipam. Create evolutions of dharmic and the good peoples in the world. The next Deepa is Gaja Deepa. Gajadhipataye Om Lam Indraya Namaha. The Veda mantra Trata Ramindram Avita Ramindragum Have Have Suhavagum Shu Ramindram Huvenu Shakram Puruhutamindragasvastino Maghava Dhatindraha. Samasta Prani Raksharthoyam Gajadipaha. Products all human beings in the world. Mayura Deepam. Mayuradhipataye Om Sam Skandaya Namaha. The Veda mantras Mayuh Prajapatya Bulo Hali Ikshno Vrishadagum Saste Dhatus Saraswati Sarishetah Purushavak Saraswate Shukashetah Purushavaka Ranyo Jona Kulashakate Paushna Vache Kraunchaha Jagatam Uchita Kale Survishti Praptyarthamidam Mayura Deepaha. Ensures timely rains in the world. The next one is Meru Deepa. The Meru is the Kailasha. Kailasadhivataye Omha Maheshwaraya Namaha. The Veda mantra Nahishe Kumiva Mahamerum Gantum Apashyamaha Me Tatsurya Mandalam Parivartamanam Garyah Pranatrataha Gachanta Mahamerum. The Meru Deepa offered Sarvaloka Rakshartham, product all the worlds. The Deepakas tell 228 bhuvanas. The 228 bhuvanas Rakshartham Meru Deepam. And the next one is Trishula Deepa. Trishuladhipataye Om Ham Rudraja Namaha. The Veda mantra Yo Rudro Agnavyo Apsuyavo Shadhishu Yo Rudro Vishwa Bhuvana Vivesha Tasmai Rudra Janamo Astu. Jagatam Shanti Siddhyarthamidam Trishula Deepam, for the establishment of the place in the world. And the next one is Surya Deepaha. Suryadhipataye Om Saha Shiva Suryaya Namaha. Asatye Narajasa Vartamano Niveshajan Amritam Martyancha Hiranyajena Savitarathena Devo Jati Bhuvana Vipashyan. Jagatam Prakasha Siddhyartoyam Surya Deepaha, for light and brightness in the world. And the next one is Ashwa Deepaha. Ashwadhipataye Om Ham Bhaskaraja Namaha. Ashvaschatus Trigumshaha Prajapatyo Vashvaha Prajapatis Tanu Prajapatihi Om Jagatam Sarvaishwarya Pradasiddhyartoyam Ashwadeepaha, for the all prosperity of the fame in the world. The conclusion. There are the two kinds of intervention prescribed in the canon on the product from the effect of the effect of into words, indicators of the other of proactive bestow good effect on the world. Some of the untowards intents and the maintain of the canon inducting there are the possible of their dear according during extreme climate change situations. Their productivity rituals of waving the different kinds of the lamp can be seen even today in temples. The corner of is for balance of nature will begin of all cultures and the productivity of the king and kingdom. Therefore, temple rituals are not just for one set of believers, but for the benefit of the whole universe, visible and invisible. Is the broad visions of Hinduism and a true reflections of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam in practice. Shivamayam.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Swamiji.
Thank you
very much for the
thank you for this great opportunity and for sharing my visuals with my humble pranams to our Guruji, Shri Ravi Shankar Guruji, and our principal and Shanmukha Shivacharya and Deepa Durai Swami Madam and Nagarajji. Namaste, Shivamayam.
Namaste. Namaste, Swamiji. We'll move on to the next paper of the session. Abhijit Sadhale and Rashmi Sadhale, Sthala Tirtha and Bimba, Cultural Ecology of Hindu Kshetra.
Yes, Namaste. Namah Pranavarthaya Shuddha Jnaneka Murte Nirmalaya Prashantaya Dakshinamurte Namaha. Today I'm going to speak on a very interesting topic. One moment, I'll just share my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes. I think you have to change it to slide mode.
Yes. Can you see the screen?
No, it is still in the app mode.
Okay, I'll do that again.
I think there is one tab in the top.
Yes, I missed it out last time also.
Sir, when you are sharing, in that time itself, you please take the first option, sir, screen.
Okay.
I think you have taken the PowerPoint window. Please stop, sir, now.
Yeah. Yes,
sir.
Yes. Namah Pranavarthaya Shuddha Jnaneka Murte Nirmalaya Prashantaya Dakshinamurte Namaha. I thank the organizers and the scholars who have presented the paper and this wonderful opportunity to learn and to share also. Today I'm going to speak about Sthala Tirtha Bimba, the cultural ecology of Hindu Kshetra. When we speak of our Dharma Kshetras, we are all aware of beautiful nature, environment, which is a very crucial for almost all the Dharma Kshetras to begin with. But today we are going to dwell deeper into that, starting with the ecological perspective of a Sthala, Tirtha and Bimba, and understand the dynamic relationship between Sthala, Tirtha and Bimba in making of a Kshetra. And we are going to look at different Kshetras in detail about this. So I hand over to Rashmi, my co-author, for explaining about ecological perspectives.
Namaste, am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Sthala, Tirtha and Bimba are essential physical components of a Kshetra. We will learn them by citing the principles listed in many Vastu treatises and understand how Sthala as the perception of environment, Tirtha as the ecological and cultural association, and Bimba in the relationship to the biodiversity of the immediate surrounding environment through the cultural practices. The principles from treatises speak not only about the flowering trees, blossoms, birds, animals, and insects in individual, but they speak about the environment as a whole, the ecosystem that is full of life. This environment is perceived in terms of sightings and also through the sensory aspects of touch, color, smell, and taste. When there is a reference to the Sukha Sparsha, there is a description of Varna. The text by Marichi especially tells about the Sugandha Sanyukta that speaks about the blossoms of flowering plants, which is essential for the pollination. The reference to Madhugandha Yukta gives a lot of importance to the honeybees. These insects in substantial proportion are the indicators of the good, healthy environment. So these treatises understand the sthala in the environment as sustaining all living forms and describes it as Sarva Bija Prarohini, that is the potential of the land to regenerate. The traditional wisdom, starting from the appraisal of the individual species to the identification of the habitats, elaborates on the grouping of the elements for the site development. Kashyapa's Jnana Kand speaks about the 9 types of land, understanding the grouping and relationship of the ground and water ecosystem. So sthala for development is evaluated for the productivity of the land, sustenance of the life forms in the land, and its relation and relevance with the respect to sthala. Similarly, the concept of sthala identified as a sacred grove is ecologically so important as a biological repository. Sustaining on the cultural beliefs, one can study the apex species of flora and fauna of the particular region. Most of the sacred groves are also the origins of perennial water source of the medicinal value. So after drawing references and inferences from these treatises, we understand that sthala is a multidimensional element. Its relation with the existing environment is not only in the ecological sense only, but it also has the metaphysical perspective and also in terms of receptive senses, experiential senses, and equally important is the sensory aspect. So in all, it is the holistic way of experiencing the sthala in a Hindu way. Tirtha, in many treatises, is an utmost important entity in the complex planning and planning of the settlements. Tirthas gives the cultural response to the natural resource. So they are found across the country, not limited to the particular region, but they are worshipped from Himalayan ranges to the coastal low-lying swamps. As the water bodies, the most important resource, their conservation was so crucial to the communities and the cultural traditions and the occupations, those were associated with that. Rivers in India are not only looked upon in their physical state, but they are valued in metaphysical senses too. This is especially with the river Ganga, who is known as Triloka Pathagamini, as she exists in Swarga, Bhutala, and Patala. Similar importance is given to the river Saraswati, Yamuna, Narmada, Godavari, and Kaveri, Indrayani. Naturally, they all have their network of the water channels. The confluence of 2 rivers, which is the meeting point of the 2 ecosystems with peculiar biotic and abiotic environment, form a rich environment after confluence that is celebrated as Sangam and is a very important part of a kshetra. Tirtha is a unique phenomena in the mindscapes of Indian cultural history. The values of water become defined with human cultural values and are well expressed in Rigveda. So when we know the ecological values of the Tirtha and so the Vedic values and the cultural manifestation, this graphic would explain the importance of Tirtha in a kshetra. Apart from the reservoirs, they are the important part of the temples, of the festivals, to the participation of the people in the activities, and draw the importance to the metaphysical values and the development of the cultural minds and to the Vedic values of the society. When we speak about Bimba, equally important to the iconographic attributes are the intangible cultural practices and their association with the biodiversity. These associations, those underline the affiliation to particular biodiversity then incorporation in puja rituals and festivals are associated to it. So in this regards, the offering of davana flower to the deity of Maharashtra, Shri Khandoba and Shri Jyotiba is an age-old practice. The shrubs grow in a peculiar ecosystem of Deccan Plateau. Similarly, in Goa, the offering of jasmine flowers to the goddess Manabhasa is centuries-old tradition. Famous for Jayanti Jatra, now the flowers are on the way to tag them as the GI tagging, indicating the site-specific properties of the flower. Similarly, Shakambari or Banashankar is associated with the sky full of branches. Sitting in a forest is worshipped by offering lots of vegetables. Those are harvested from the surrounding fertile land and observed during the celebration of Navratri. So this way, the biodiversity of the ecosystem is learned, practiced during the rituals of the particular deities. On this background, I request architect Abhijit to explain in detail the concept of Hindu Kshetra.
Hindu Kshetra is a spatial construct. It's a spatial construct of a sthala, tirtha, and bimba in a dynamic relationship with its environment, and it's multi-layered with cultural and ecological associations. Now, in this case, the natural elements not only form the essence of Kshetra, but they also define the extent of Kshetra also. So on your slide, you can see cartography, ancient cartography, medieval cartography of Kashi, as well as Devaprayag. Similarly, if you look at different Kshetras, starting with a Pancha Kailash Kshetra. Now, Pancha Kailash Kshetra is located in a Kailash range high in the Himalayas. Now, it consists of 5 Parvats: Adi Kailash Parvat with a Parvati Sarovar, Mani Mahesh Parvat with Mani Mahesh Tirtha, Kinnaur Kailash with a Parvati Kunda, Shrikhanda Mahadev with 9 Sarovar, and Kailash Parvat with Manas Sarovar. Now, apart from having individual Tirthas, major source of rivers is the Kailash range and nearby watersheds. So these rivers irrigate a substantial portion of India or Bharat. And the rivers originating from this Kshetra have shaped the cultural narrative of the entire region of Bharat, starting from North India and carrying it further beyond that. So you understand the importance of natural elements in a Kshetra. Now, if you look little more to an urbanized example of a Kshetra, it's a Puri Kshetra, which is called a Shankha Kshetra. Now, it's a very interesting because though it has become urbanized, populated, it still retains seeds of its natural rootings. So let us understand that. Now, the very essence of Shankha Kshetra is the Kshetra itself is demarcated by 2 natural elements. On one side, it is Atharnala and river Vargavi, while on the other side, it is a Tirtharaj Mahodadi, which defines the physical extent of a Kshetra. Now, this entire Kshetra of a Shankha Kshetra is located in a 7 folds. And there are altogether 127 sacred sites have been identified, major sacred sites. Now, if you look deeper into all these sacred sites, you will realize that many of these sacred sites are natural elements. So I have listed few of them here. And if you look deeper into the nature of these natural sites, the typology of that, you will realize that it is a repository of an existing natural ecosystem, which is a deified. Now, why this is so important? It is important because Shankha Kshetra is dominated by coastal water ecology, coastal water ecosystem there, and various elements associated with that: spring, origin of spring, river, water management with reference to river has been deified and has been given importance. Now, not only the ecological part, but the Mahaprasadam or the functioning of temple or offerings are also related to this ecosystem. The entire agrarian economy, sustaining variety and diversity of rices, traditional rice varieties, one of the largest, I think, in India, have been sustained in this region. Now, Manabhasa Ritual is a cultural festival which happens, and it links the ecology, the agrarian economy, the Shankha Kshetra, and it, in a very essence, Manabhasa Ritual celebrates the integration of a rice growing community with the Kshetra and with the ecology also. So this is a very interesting, I'll not elaborate further, but this is a very interesting case where you see a low-lying delta type coastal land, which is conducive for rice cultivation, harnesses lots of varieties of rice, traditional varieties of rice, and who are connected to the Mahaprasadam of Shankakshetra. And these activities where the communities are involved are also connected by various cultural rituals, and the ecological principles associated with them are also deified. So it creates a very interesting cultural ecology of a Shankakshetra. Now let us look at another example, Navadurga Kshetra. Now this we are coming to the west coast of India. So Navadurga Kshetra is located in Goa in a Antruz Pranta, that is Ponda. Now it is a part of a pristine watershed which extends from Siddhanath Hill to the extent of the river ecology. So it's a very interesting and a very broad, diverse kind of a topography. And it contains a lot of natural elements. It contains springs, it contains slopes, it contains plateaus, it contains water harvesting systems, it contains a variety of trees also. And each of these have been deified and have been associated with a sacred association. And the area is inhabited by communities which are affiliated to Kshetra by virtue of various rituals. There are customary rituals, there are yearly rituals, there are festival of Shigmomar, then there are other traditional pastries and associations. Then there are sacred processions which connect all these sacred sites. So if you look at it in deeper, you'll realize that this is one of the unique case where the water, right from when it falls on a plateau and forms of small waterfalls, is celebrated. A waterfall is deified. It's called Dudhsagar Azoba. Dudhsagar is a synonym for a waterfall, and Azoba is an elderly person. So he's a spirit of wise, is been accorded to the waterfall itself. There is a worship of a Vanadevi where springs originate at the forested slopes. And there is a worship of swamps also. Swamps are worshipped as an embodiment of a particular spirit into that. Now, they may not have a huge temples to that, but this very sense of connecting to a natural elements as a very spiritual existence is a very unique. Now, this is a kshetra is a very unique because at one end it worships tiger, that is at the top of the Siddhanath hill, while the other end there is a worship of a crocodile, and this is perhaps one of the most unique worship in entire of a Bharat. The community associated with rivers collect mud from the very habitat of crocodiles and create a small crocodile and worship it yearly. Now, people who are worshipping it, I have interviewed them many times. I have been a part of their rituals also. They view crocodile as a protector of the water. They are very clear in ecological principles, and they consider crocodile protects their wetland-based ecosystem. So worship is both acknowledgement of its importance, also means of ensuring a community adherence to this belief. So Navadurga Kshetra, the topography, the ecology, the agrarian economy, the fish and swamp related activities and the rituals all connected and create a cultural understanding of an environment. So if you look at the overall layout of a Navadurga Kshetra, I have tried to map down here different land uses like forests, like orchards, like residencies, and sacred sites, important sacred sites located all across that, and the natural elements as they emanate from the kshetra and until it meets the river. You will realize that entire kshetra of Navadurga is acknowledged by community through rituals, festivals, which are based on essentially interrelationship between nature and culture. So these customs and rituals try to integrate these natural elements into their culture and their everyday life. So what is more interesting here is the hierarchy of ecological elements and flora fauna in forming a complete ecological unit is recognized and understood and followed in a deification of these elements and the customs associated. Now, rituals is a means of ensuring that this community adherence continues further. So the ecological processes are fully integrated into cultural system of Kshetra, creating a cultural ecology of a Navadurga Kshetra. So this understanding from these three typographical Kshetra studies, we can understand that our view towards the environment is a very inclusive view. We do not view nature as a separate from a human being. We do not look them as a separate entities, but we are very much part of each other. In a Western protectionism, we speak of a sustainable utilization and a protection as a means of ensuring that sustainable utilization. So nature is a resource. So entire approach is a human-centric. Whereas in our Hindu inclusive way of looking at things, we look nature and culture as entwined by a multitude of rituals and associations. And we are very much part of one another. So the focus is not about protecting nature from us or protecting ourselves from the nature. So the very focus is that of living with nature. And that's the essential difference. So I come to my last slide. The cultural ecology of Hindu Kshetra establishes relationship with the nature, which is based on the traditional wisdom. And it is evolved out by communities thriving, sustaining themselves, practicing over centuries, performing their dharmic way of life, traditional way of life. So creation of a harmonious environment conducive for all, as auspicious for growth and sustenance for all, is the essence of Dharma. Dharayati iti Dharma. So I would end by saying that today, instead of only creating environmental awareness, we also need to create awareness of our dharmic values, cultural values, and which have a potential of sustaining environment and making it part of our life once again. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much, Vijit ji and Rashmi ji. Excellent paper. Abhijit ji every time comes with such an excellent, visually rich, research intense papers. He presented a paper on Himalayan meditation centers earlier, and that was again a rich experience, a visual experience. All his papers give us almost a tour experience. They take us from they take us places. This is such a research intense and such a wonderfully covered topic from temples, individual temple rituals, individual aspects of temples. Abhijit ji and Rashmi ji took us to a macro level of the entire kshetra itself, the entire area, and how there is an ecological awareness reflected in the idea of kshetra. Thank you very much for that, and I didn't see any questions in the Q&A box for this paper. If questions come up, let us take them after the paper by Shefali ji. Shefali ji's paper was scheduled for yesterday, and we had to reschedule the paper for today because of her other engagements. Now, Shefali Vaidya ji is going to present her paper on the Ganesh festival and the environmental aspects in the Ganesh festival. The mango leaves, mohra, and Matoli, nature worship during the Ganesh Chaturthi in Goa is the title of our paper. Shefali ji is again one of our celebrities, star figures. She is very popular already as a public intellectual, very vocal, very articulate on all the Indic themes. She has a huge following as a public intellectual, and every time she comes with sensational discussions and contributing papers. I welcome Shefali ji for another such scintillating paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagaraj-ji, though I'm not sure whether I'm worthy of the introduction that you've given me, but it's always a pleasure to participate in Indica conferences. And every time I participate, actually my own learning curve becomes so much sharper because there is so much that I get from other speakers. Now that I have heard Abhijit's and Rashmi's presentation, I really wish I should have stuck to my time slot of yesterday, because these are big shoes to fill. To follow after them, and that presentation was really amazing. But in a way, I'm grateful that my presentation is scheduled after it, because my presentation is in a way a kind of a carry forward of the thought that was put forward by Abhijit and Rashmi. So I'm going to talk about the eco tradition of Ganesh Utsav in Goa, my native state, and the place where I grew up in. So nowadays, you hear a lot about how Ganesh Chaturthi and Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations are harmless to the environment. And every time Ganesh Chaturthi comes, you have these so-called environmental activists writing reams about how we are polluting our water bodies, how we are, not being eco-friendly by doing Ganesh Chaturthi. And they're trying to guilt Hindus into believing that our festivals are the ones that are actually destroying environment. But this is so far from the truth, because I grew up in a place where Ganesh Chaturthi is still today the biggest festival of Goa. And everything from the preparations to Ganesh Chaturthi to the food that we eat, to the rituals that we incorporate, are in some way very intricately connected with nature even today. So this presentation is going to be about that. In a way, Abhijit and Rashmi talked about how our concept of treating everything as sacred is, the whole sthala is sacred. So in that sense, Sri Ganesh is the lord of the biosphere. He is the lord of the entire sthala of Goa. And that is why when he is worshipped in a way that almost every aspect of the rituals that are related to Ganesh Chaturthi in Goa, they incorporate at least some element of nature worship in them. I'd request Sriniji to play my presentation, please. So the title of my presentation is Mango Leaves, Mogra and Matoli. These are the three integral elements that are needed for the Ganesh Chaturthi Puja. Mogra, not so much. I put in Mogra just because of the alliteration. But mango leaves are much needed, Matoli is much needed, and flowers of different kinds are much needed, including Mogra. Next, please. I'm going to quote here from Lynn White. In antiquity, every tree, every spring, every stream, every hill had its guardian spirit. Before one cut a tree, mined a mountain, or dammed a brook, it was important to respect the spirit. Christianity made it possible to exploit nature in a mood of indifference, because Christianity believed that nature and the rest of the animal kingdom, animal flora and fauna, are basically meant for the human beings to exploit, to consume, and to enjoy as a resource. It was never perceived as we are also part of this greater cycle of nature, and therefore we are all connected, and therefore we must worship nature because it is very much a part of our being, which is the thought that our Dharma has had right from the beginning. Next, please. So now we come to Ganesh Chaturthi in Goa. Abhijit and Rashmi have already briefly talked about other eco traditions in Goa, like the Jayanti Puja or the Jasmine Puja in Martol, or the Mangyachi Puja in Fonda, which they've talked about in detail. There are many such eco traditions in Goa, and every local feast or every local jatra will have its own eco tradition, depending upon that local small ecosystem and how they need to protect it. But Ganesh Chaturthi is something that is celebrated all across Goa, and it is a very individual, family-centric festival. We don't have huge Sarvajanik Ganesh Utsavs in Goa, so now they have started. So Ganesh Utsav in Goa is a tradition where the entire family gets together. They go to their ancestral home in their village. This is a way to ensure that generations of the clan, of the family, stay together. And they go to their ancestral home. They stay there for about 1.5 days, 5 days, 7 days, depending upon what is your family tradition. Everybody gets together. Everybody pitches in. Everybody cooks together. Everybody does puja together. So in that sense, it holds the entire extended family together. Goa has many eco traditions as a part of the festival, but the biggest eco tradition is Ganesh Chaturthi, easily. As I said earlier, Sri Ganesh is worshipped earlier, please, the earlier slide, please. As I said earlier, Sri Ganesh is worshipped as the god of the biosphere. And these eco-traditions that we follow during Ganesh Chaturthi, they reflect our society's relationship with nature, which is never an understanding that nature is just a resource that is meant to be exploited. It shows that we are all part of nature, and that is why we worship Sri Ganesh. He is made from river mud, and then we offer things to him which are also basically sourced from nature. Matoli is a unique eco tradition that's an integral part of Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in Goa. Next, please. So now we go a little about the science behind Ganesh Chaturthi and why Ganesh Chaturthi in Goa is celebrated in such a way. Ganesh Chaturthi is a major festival in the rice growing region of India. And typically the monsoon cycle used to start in June, and people used to plant rice in June, July, August. Ganesh Chaturthi comes in the second half of August or in the first or second week of September. That is when the rice is just getting ready. It is not ready for harvest, but the plants are grown and it looks very green. Plants with foliage grow very fast during the monsoon, but the maximum growth occurs during the end of the monsoon in the month of Shravan. This coincides with Shravan with increased sunlight interspersed with rain, which is the ideal weather for luxuriant growth of the planted crops as well as the wild flora and fauna, wild flora. Ganesh Chaturthi was a worship of seasonal biodiversity in this period of luxuriant growth. This festival is also a means of transmission of traditional knowledge of local flora from one generation to another. This is how our elders passed on their accumulated knowledge of the plants. What are their uses? What are their medicinal uses? What are their decorative uses? What are their cultural significance? And they could pass it on to the next generation through these rituals. Next, please. So now we come to how green the Goan Ganesh Chaturthi is. Ganesh Chaturthi in Goa has always been a festival that celebrates nature. We didn't need any environmental activists to come to us and tell us that make your Ganesha eco-friendly. It always was eco-friendly. Every element of festivities is directly connected with nature. The murti was traditionally made by local murtikars from the sticky mud from local river banks, and that's where the Ganesh murti eventually was sent back after Visarjan. So basically the mud was taken from the river and it was returned to the river. So the cycle was completed. And they used natural colors, so it didn't matter. The colors would also disintegrate. Sri Ganesha's parents, Mahadeva and Gauri, that's Shiva and Parvati, are worshipped in the form of a coconut and a bundle of wildflowers in some place, or they are worshipped as images printed on paper in other places, both of which are biodegradable. Sri Ganesh is offered patri and the leaves of 21 local plants that have medicinal properties. So there are specific 21 varieties of local plants, and their leaves are offered as Patri Puja, and it is one of the important upacharas when you do the puja for Ganesh Chaturthi. Other elements used in decoration are local flowers like water lilies, roses, mogra, jasmine, hibiscus, parijata, everything that is locally grown. Next, please. Now we come to Matoli, which is unique to that region, not just to Goa. Matoli is common in coastal Karnataka, in the Konkan region as well. But what is Matoli? A Matoli is a decorative canopy laid out over the Ganesh Murti, which is to be worshipped. The Matoli is decorated with seasonal fruits and vegetables, which are locally harvested and locally grown. And it shows, it also is decorated with wildflowers and wild fruits, which are easily found in the forests nearby. It showcases Goa's indigenous plant diversity, and the emphasis is on medicinal plants. Wild and cultivated leaves, flowers, fruits, and vegetables decorate the Matoli. And there has to be one coconut somewhere tied in the matoli, and the outer layer of the matoli is decorated with mango leaves, which are supposed to be purifying the atmosphere. The picture that you see on the right is a very decorated matoli, because nowadays the government has started having matoli competitions and people go out of their way to make huge decorative matolis. But basically, in its base form, a matoli is a wooden canopy that is decorated by whatever is locally available, whatever is easily available, and something that has a medicinal use, that has a cultural significance. Next, please. So what are the contents of the matoli? This is how a normal matoli would look like. So matoli consists of all the local seasonal fruits, vegetables, and flowers. Now you see some apples in this picture, but traditionally you are supposed to have only something that is grown locally. Apples and oranges and santras were not a part of matoli when I was growing up, but now of course everybody has started using them. Traditional matoli consists of fruits like coconuts, jackfruit, guava, breadfruit, custard apple, betel nuts, grapefruit, vegetables like banana flowers, pumpkins, local ladyfingers, local cucumber, and different type of gourds. Local wild berries, they are known as, I'm only going to give the Konkani names like matlo, kanglo, kanna, katre. Flowers and leaves include matolichi phula, suparichi phula, and mango leaves, as you can see. It is a very vibrant and colorful decoration that basically is a signal to the people, to the bhaktas of Sri Ganesh, saying that he is the god of the biosphere, and this is how we should worship him. He has given us, he is responsible, his grace is responsible for the abundance of biodiversity and for the abundance of natural products, and this is what we offer to him again as our offering. Next, please. So this is the patri offering. It's just a very beautiful photograph. So what are the leaves that are offered as patri? We'll see in the next slide. Next, please. So we see bale fruit, which is good for diabetes. Then we have holy basil, that is tulasi. Then we have arjun. Then we have aghado, that is prickly chaff. We have rui. Then we have people leaves, zayo, that's jasmine. We have hato, that is pandanus. Then we have shami, then we have kumeri, then we have karvir, that is nerium, then we have pomegranate, dalim leaves, then we have vishnukranta, dhatura, durva, then agastipatra, mako, parijat, malati patra, and maruak patra, all of which have some kind of medicinal use. And that's why these flowers and fruits are used in our diet as well as in puja. And these leaves are considered especially important for Patri Puja, and you have to have these leaves. Next, please. Then we come to a special ritual, which is a part of Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations on the Panchami day. It is something known as Nawanji Puja, which means the puja of the new rice grains. During Ganesh Chaturthi, as I said earlier, new rice grains are just getting ready. They're not ready to harvest yet. Harvesting happens around Dashera time, but now they're getting ready. And if you open the sheaves, then you can find that rice milk. So at this stage, these grains are offered to Sri Ganesh and in a separate ritual known as Nawanji Puja. A few sheaves of new rice grains are brought in from the rice fields. Earlier, everybody had their own rice fields. So they would simply go to the rice fields and cut a few sheaves and offer it to the Murti. Nowadays, of course, a lot of rice field land in Goa is being converted to NA and is being sold. So the area under rice cultivation is shrinking, sadly. So that is why now you have commercially available, there are people who get these new rice sheaves and sell them in the market, and many people buy it from the market, or they go to, when I was a child, I used to go just right outside my village, there used to be rice fields, it used to be cultivated. So my brothers and I, we used to go there and we used to get these rice sheaves. And there was this ethical component also, because this rice fields didn't belong to us. So every time we picked up one sheaf, we were supposed to leave some money there in the rice fields as a compensation to the farmer. It was a ritual offering, but the point is even now people do that. So the puja is performed on the next day, on Panchami day, of the new rice grains. As a proper puja, all Shodashopacharas are offered to the new leaves. The Naivedya is offered to it also. And this puja takes place on the second day of Ganesh Chaturthi. And after that, the worshipped sheaves are tied on the main doorway of the house as a toran. One sheaf is put into the family well, so that the water supply to the family would remain. One sheaf which is consecrated is put on the roof of the house. This is to ensure that the household has a continuous supply of fresh grains, and this is to ensure that prosperity during the harvest for the family, for the surroundings, for everyone. Sarve Sukhina Santu. Next, please. Now we come to eco traditions in Naivedya. As we all know, that Naivedya is a ceremonial food offering that is offered first to God during puja, and then it is consumed by all of us. During Ganesh Chaturthi, mostly everything that is cooked in Goan homes, everything that is cooked, eaten, and offered to the gods is locally grown, mostly. The first day of Ganesh Chaturthi, that is the day previous to Ganesh Chaturthi, the Trayodashi day, is dedicated to Gauri, that is Parvati, Lord Ganesha's mother, who is believed to be pregnant that day. So it is believed, it's a very beautiful, very quaint belief, that on that day she craves for a vegetable that is local and leafy, and she wants it without salt. So she is offered a special vegetable known as Panch Panachi Bhaji, made from 5 leafy greens cooked without salt. And these 5 leafy vegetables used are red amaranth, which is known as Tambdi Bhaji in Goa, Malabar spinach, which is known as Valchi Bhaji in Goa, moringa leaves, that is the Maskasango, colocasia, that is Alu, and hog plum leaves. In some other places, they use locally available seasonal greens like the taitara also. Next, please. Then we come to other typical dishes which are offered to Sri Ganesh in the Naivedya thali. These include ambade, that's hog plums, and a particular kind of chutney is made from them. Then local alsande, which are black-eyed peas which are grown in Goa. Even today, they are considered as a delicacy. And mugagati, that is sprouted moong dal curry. And a very popular dish of the day is something known as khatkate, which is like an avial, if you're familiar with it. That is a mixed vegetable stew prepared from 21 local vegetables like radishes, snake beans, breadfruit, raw bananas, ridge gourd, ambade, and many more. And that khatkate has to be prepared as a Naivedya item at least on one day. Next, please. Then we come to the best part of the Naivedya meal, that's the dessert. So patoli has to be there on one day as a Naivedya offering. And patoli is a very typical Ganesh Chaturthi dessert. It consists of rice flour paste, which is laid flat on a turmeric leaf, and it is filled with coconut and jaggery and elaichi. And that is, the turmeric leaf is then closed, and then the entire dish is steamed. And this, while it is steaming, it gives a very delicious fragrance, that is a fragrance of good elaichi as well as turmeric leaves, and it is considered to be a delicacy. Interestingly, this same dish is offered in Odisha. It's called Enduri Pitha, if I'm not mistaken, and it is offered on Jeshta Panchami or something, where they do the puja of the oldest child in the family, and at that time this particular dish is a must there in Odisha. I always used to think that this is a dish that is very, very popular only to the west coast of India, and it's popular only in Goa, Konkan, and Karnataka, but turns out it's not. Another popular dessert is sanna, which is an idli-like steamed snack of fermented rice. It is cooked in special containers, which are locally made by the ladies of the house from jackfruit leaves, which are always plentifully available. And they are eaten with sweet coconut milk. Next, please. So this is about the different kind of eco rituals that are associated with Ganesh Chaturthi. Now we come to something called Matoli Market, which is something very unique to Goa. See, earlier, the elders from each family would go to the nearby forests and nearby wild areas and collect all the items available for Matoli or needed for Matoli themselves, and they would take their children with them, and they would, that was the way that they would pass on the knowledge. But now, because of increased urbanization, not everybody has the time or the inclination to do that, and also because Goa has become so urbanized that forest areas are actually shrinking. So that is why it's more difficult now to get these things easily. So that's why Matoli markets have come up, where you can see a picture where the tribals and people from small villages, they go to the forest and they collect the produce and they sell it in big markets like in Banastari, like in Panji, like in Madgaon, to devotees who will buy them. So these markets provide good employment opportunities for locals and tribals. The Banastari Matoli market is one of the oldest and biggest in Goa. And in recent years, Matoli markets, but the sad part of it, because there is so much of demand now, and now everything is done for commercial purpose. Earlier, people used to go to the forest and pluck out maybe one or two bunches of flowers or fruits that they needed. But now, because they're selling, they have caused indiscriminate harvesting of rare wild plant species. They just pluck everything and offer it for sale because that gets the sellers more money. So that is one of the unfortunate side effect of over commercialization. Matoli was once a cultural practice meant for honoring the biodiversity of the region, and as a concept, it is something very precious and it is something really wonderful. But indiscriminate competition has resulted in Matoli becoming exploitative, because now the focus is on building a bigger, better, more crowded Matoli, and that is why everybody wants every kind of fruit and vegetable that is that should be there on their Matoli, even when it is not easily available. And if it's not easily available, then obviously somebody is going to get it for you. And if somebody is going to get it for you, it's going to exploit the natural resource. Next, please. So we need now once again to go back to sustainable Matolis, like you see in this picture, which is a simple Matoli that you see in most Goan homes even today. Like this is a Matoli that you can see in our home, where the decorative canopy is sparsely decorated, but it is decorated with things that are easily available, that are things which can be cultivated or which are easily available in your own backyard. It doesn't have too much of plundering of the wild resources. So yesterday, the concept of elders of the family providing informal education to the future generation, this is the model that we should be coming back to. And education should take priority over competition. While competition is nice and you see a lot of beautifully decorated Matolis every year, but every year it is basically depleting the natural resources, wild natural resources of Goa. Dr. Nandakumar Kamath has done a lot of work on this subject, on this Matoli, and he is of the opinion that Matoli at some point of time should be decorated only with fauna that is easily cultivated and easily replaced, and not by depleting the wild flowers and wild fauna of the forests. I really hope that we go back to the spirit of the eco traditions that were observed during Ganesha Chaturthi, and not get into the spirit of blind competition, and understand the thought behind each of these rituals and go back to it. We do not need some Western environmentalists to come up to us and tell us that, this is the way you should celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi. If we want to be really eco-friendly, if we want to be really sustainable, quote unquote, all we need to do is to go back to the ways our ancestors celebrated festivals. And the way I see it, Ganesh Chaturthi in Goa was a very beautiful eco festival. Let's go back to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shefali ji. As always, that was visually rich, as somebody visually appealing. Atul Avdut Sathe is saying it is a visually appealing presentation, a wonderful analysis, and you are highly balanced in your analysis when you are saying that nature depletion is also a side effect of this over religious curiosity, excitement. that excitement and population explosion also. This urbanization and a new curiosity, modern curiosity into the traditions, it is creating a pressure on nature. And the tribal sellers are also, they look for their own market. And Prasanna Kumarji, Dr. Prasanna Kumar, our inaugural address speaker, our inauguration speaker, is observing that clay would have been a better word than mud.
I agree.
Yeah, he comments, and he is also remembering his own experience with the Matoli, roof that is made. That is called Palavelli in Telugu. In the Telugu-speaking states, it is called Palavelli, and Palavelli translates into Milky Way. Milky Way is the word used for the visible galaxy that we are able to watch during the night. And the word Palavelli and the visible galaxy Milky Way, the word being used for this is showing that it is actually cosmos that is being put as a roof. So it reflects that cosmos, and the boxes that are actually resulting in the frame of the bamboo sticks that we are able to see in the Matoli frame roof. They are actually the star constellations and the cosmic star world that we are keeping, and he is the Brahmanda Mandaladipati, Ganesha. So that Brahmanda is being shown through that frame, and that word Palavelli is very popular in the market. When people go to buy this in the Telugu-speaking states, they ask for Palavelli. Please give me a Milky Way. That is there. So
this is a very interesting aspect, and I'll definitely research more on this, and I will see that in Konkani are there any equivalent legends or stories related to this. This is something that it's a very interesting thought. I'll pursue this further.
Yeah, it is Velli is actually flat, literally flat, but it is the word for the Milky Way. So actually the buyer is asking the vendor to sell him a Milky Way, and this bamboo frame is given as the representative of the Milky Way. And Ekavimshati Patra is the word that is used during the puja. Ekavimshati Patrena puja.
Yes, 21. Yes, 21 leaves.
And the interesting thing is how ecological awareness is more with the villagers than the tribals than with the urban people. When these vendors, tribal and rural vendors on the street, they sell the Ekavimshati Patra, they are able to tell you which Patra is which. And the urban buyer, he buys all of them together without actually minding to know which Patra is which. And during the puja also, actually, he doesn't even remember which Patra, which is Datura, which is Bale or whatever. So the mantra goes in one line, and the Patra that is used and the mantra are not matching. They go in a different way. So the urban knowledge is actually ecologically distancing itself from the traditional ecological knowledge. Very interesting paper, Shefaliji. Dr. Prasanna Kumarji wants to say something. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Shefaliji and then Nagarajji. I've been working on this particular aspect of ritual and also the festival for the past 20-22 years. With the schools and the colleges in both states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Lakhs of students are into this. In terms of the explanation that we give, There are places where we get the clay from the from river, but many times the clay is available in the tanks or lakes. So the clay from the lake is taken and given back to the same lake. That is the principle of the circularity of the work. In that, during August, when Shravan ki time mein, when you have this rain, the water bodies are full. So when the water bodies are full, you take the clay from the water body before it gets filled, and then there is a space created in the water body. And then after the water is given to the farm, to the agriculture, the water recedes, and then you can put back the clay. So that is one way of the circularity of the festival. And in terms of fetching these 21 types of leaves, when we are saying 21 types of leaves are to be used, then we are also saying that 21 types of plants are to be planted and protected, and the useful the twigs from there, the leaves from there have to be utilized, which would also bring to the concept of Vinayaka Vanam, where these 21 types of trees are planted, and then that is around the temple, or it becomes a part of the sacred grove. And then the explanation about the rat being controlled by a huge Ganesh is also to tell that the rat is something which needs to be controlled in order to have very good agriculture, very good farm produce. Rat is the biggest enemy of agrarian economy, so it is to be controlled. That is one thing which is also symbolic in this. If we are looking at these several aspects of this festival and their linking with ecology, the attempt by the latest environmentalists, to be put in quotes, to malign the festival of its environmental link is definitely deplorable, and it needs to be addressed straight away. See, partly because of the colors which they are saying. So the colors are a problem. When the colors are a problem, and when you are immersing the idol, if you are not using those colors which are chemical or heavy metal based, then the clay which comes from the water body goes back to the same water body. So it's not an issue at all in terms of the difference it makes to the ecological balance of the water body. So yeah, it's an interesting paper, and nice to know that in Goa you have all these aspects of tradition, part of the religion and part of the folk practices. Similar thing exists across the country in small variations. Ganesha is considered as the first god, Pradhama. That is what Nagaraj was saying, and this all is linked to the agrarian economy and agrarian work style. Thank you very much for your paper and for your detailed discussion on that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasanna Kumarji, for those additional points to that very interesting paper by Shefali. And another people are actually, Prasad Bharatji in the Q&A box is also saying that they should reach children, and we are also talking about, actually Dr. Prasanna Kumarji has already worked on making this reach the children. There, one point of observation that I have seen is the youngsters from the books are getting an impression that Ganesh festival has come from Balagangadhara Tilak. And Shefali made a very good point by saying that in Goa it's not that street procession or the public procession, it is a household festival. Actually, as Dr. Prasanna Kumarji has rightly said, that household festival culture is the pan-Indian culture. What Balagangadhar Tilakji, Lokmanya Balagangadhar Tilakji has done is give it a political weapon, make it a political weapon during the national movement. That's all. That is the twist he has given, a useful twist as a nationalist political twist he has given. But otherwise, a pan-Indian household festival of tank clearing. Our irrigation traditionally was a tank-based irrigation. People have been talking the whole 2 days. They have been talking about how tank irrigation was very important. And here in Telangana, the Telangana government is reviving the significance of tank irrigation through a project called Bhagiratha project. And now people are realizing the dangers with big hydroelectric projects and creating big water bodies, and they are coming back. My professor J.S. Kulkarni from philosophy introduced us to an organization called Ptsd Foundation, which is an Indic organization working in traditional science and technology. And way back in 80s, they were working on tank irrigation. And Ganesh festival is a tank clearing festival also. During the rainy season, the way Dr. Prasanna Kumarji has explained. That expression, Shefaliji's paper, beautiful expression, Parvati is pregnant, is actually, it is the waters which are pregnant at that time. And all that, the beautiful poetic way of aesthetic way of looking at nature is all incorporated into festivals like Ganesh festival. These are part of fertility cults that are spread all over the world in indigenous and pagan cultures. But given different expressions, our expression is Ganesh festival here, and that is what is very interesting. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to the next session of the conference. The next session is going to be on different yoga and Vedanta aspects. Yoga and Vedanta and culture aspects in Hinduism, how environmentalism is incorporated into that. Pundi Chinnappa Muralidharanji's paper is going to be on significance of environment in practice of yoga. Rajesh Kumarji's paper is going to be the definition of environmentalism from the Hindu scriptures and practices. And we have Atul Avadut Satheji's paper on environmentalism in the Vedic context. And we have Srijani Bhattacharyaji's paper on nature preservation on religious grounds in a study in Arunachal Pradesh. And our own G.V. Shivakumarji's paper on Udaka Tattva, the principle of water in the Vedas. I don't think we'll be able to finish all the 5 papers in the pre-lunch session. Maybe we'll have to break for the lunch after maybe 3 papers, and then we'll have the remaining papers and in the post-lunch session. Anyway, we have a valedictory during the post-lunch session. So the remaining papers will be part of that valedictory arrangement also. So now let us move on to Pundi Chinnappa Muralidharanji's paper, Significance of Environment in the Practice of Yoga.
Yes, sir. Am I audible to everyone? Sir, am I audible to everyone?
It is feeble. It is feeble. Your voice is feeble. Your audio has some problem. It can be improved.
Okay, sir. So now is my voice audible, sir?
It is better. Yeah, please go ahead.
Now let me do the screen sharing. Just a minute.
If you have issues with your technology, can we move on to the next paper, Muralidharanji?
No, sir. Just a minute, sir. I put in a lot of effort. Please just give me a minute, sir. Sir, is my PPT visible to everyone, sir?
There is, it is showing that it is being shared, but we are not able to see the PPT. Yeah, from the beginning. You can go to from the beginning, the first tab. Yes.
Sir, now is my PPT visible, sir, to everyone?
Yeah. Your PPT is visible.
Okay, thank you.
You may go to the video options within your Zoom and say blur the background.
Yeah, sir. I have done, sir. I have done blurring, sir.
But your background is visible. Please blur the background.
It is in the blurred mode only, sir. It is in the blurred mode only.
No.
Just a minute, sir. Sir, is it okay, sir, now?
No, but still your background is visible.
Background.
If it is taking longer, let us move on to the next paper, and by the time.
Sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. Just a minute, sir. Okay. Sir.
Okay.
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Just leave it. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is my voice audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible now.
Yes. Is my PPT visible, sir, to everyone?
Yeah, your PPT is also visible.
Yes, sir. Let me go ahead with my paper.
Okay, please go ahead.
Jnananandamayam devam nirmalaspatikakrutim adharam sarva vidyanam hayagrevam upasmahe yakhyamudram karasarasijaihi pustakam shankachakre बिभ्रद्भिन्नस्फटिकरुचिरे पुण्डरीके निषण्णहाम् अम्लानश्रीः अमृतविशदैः अंशुभिः प्लावयन् माम् आविर्भूयात् नभमहिमा मानसे पादधीशः श्री लक्ष्मी हयवदन परब्रह्मणे नमः श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः नमः सभाई सभापतिभ्यश्च respected organizers, distinguished scholars, my dear audience. As Nagaraj sir said, the topic is significance of environment in the practice of yoga. So the significance. In Bhagavad Gita, it is extolled about the greatness, importance of Yoga Shastra. Yogaha karmasu kaushalam. The yoga brings in the skillfulness of action into a person who pursues it. Even in Paramasamhita, that is a Pancharatragama text which contains the replies of Bhagavan Vishnu to the inquisitive Brahma's queries, praises the yoga as an epitome of all knowledge. Jnananam khalu sarvesham yoga jnanam visishyate. Then we have the conducive atmosphere, that is the conducive environment. How the conducive environment plays a vital role, significant role in the practice of yoga, which is going to be explained here. The Shvetashvatara Upanishad says that it insists on suitable places for meditation. The following places which are prohibitive in nature, which are not suitable for yoga practice: uneven place filled with pebbles, fire, wind, dust, dampness, and disturbing noises. But however, the charming places with charming scenery and which are pleasing to the eyes, and the place may be surrounded by bowers, caves, or good water places. Such places are, however, exceptional. Same shuchau sharkara vanni valuka vivarjite shabda jalashayadibihi manonukule natu chakshu pidane guhanivata shrayane prayodane. Next, Bhagavad Gita also, it makes an emphasis on the environment. The aspirant who is free from desires and possessions, having subdued his mind, should retire to the secluded spot. Yogi yunjita sadatam atmanam rahasi stitaha. In Uddhava Gita, Krishna says, Krishna gives advice to Uddhava that while giving advice, he talks about the environment. Uddhava Gita, which forms part of Srimad Bhagavatam, it says that if many dwell at one place, the possibility of noise and quarreling cannot be ruled out. Even a gathering of two persons will become a source of harmful gossip. Further, Krishna says to Uddhava that a true yogi aspirant should not only avoid the evil company of people craving for sensual pleasures, but he must shun the company of those who associate with such people. And developing an association with noble ones will help a person take away the attachment with his mind, just as a man who gets rid of cold, fear, and darkness after being exposed to fire, and so does the association with saintly people. Vase bahunam kalaho bhavedvarta bayorapi tataha dussangam utsrijya satsu sajjeta buddhiman yatopashrayamanasya bhagavantam vibhavasum Shitam bhayam tamopyeti sadhun samsevatastata. Next, we have Matha. So, as I said previously, the conducive atmosphere, all the Hatha Yoga texts like Hatha Yoga Pradipaka, Yoga Yajnavalkya, Hatha Sanketa Chandrika, Shiva Samhita, Gheranda Samhita, and even Markandeya Purana also, they are insisting to have a Matha, wherein the conducive atmosphere will provide. Okay. So, in the Lingaya Sorin, who is the commentator of Amarakosha, on his commentary Vivruti, he says that Matas Chatradi Nilaya. However, he interprets in a different way that it is the residential place of students. And however, Mayamata views that the Matha differently as. According to Mayamata, he views in a different way that it is a dwelling place. It is a dwelling place of ascetics. According to Mayamata. Mayamata, a treatise on housing, architecture, iconography. This way takes another dimension, that as the dwelling place of ascetics. Mathamiti Patitam Yati Tapasanam Nivasam. And the commonly known term ashrama denotes the places of ascetics normally, but it can bear the other names such as Parnashala and Utaja according to Amarapurusha. Next, for the sake of meditation. For the sake of meditation, we have the avoidable places. For where the avoidable places and suitable place. It is explained in our Hatha Yoga text. And even Swami Vivekananda, he talks much about that. He talks extensively about that, about these aspects. The avoidable places are where there is apprehension of fire or water, or if a person finds the ground being strewn with dry leaves, or the place infested with ants, or there is danger of wild animals, or where the four streets converge, a noisy place, or the place of wicked persons, or the body, when the person's body feels lazy or ill, or under the person under the influence of sorrowful or miserable conditions of mind, or the dirty place. So during such place or during such state of mind, the person should not supposed to practice the meditation, that is yoga. And suitable place is well hidden place, a beautiful scenery places. And then yogic text on suitable place. So there are many yogic texts which talks about the suitable place for the practice of yoga. Yoga Yajnavalkya is one such text which considers the places such as temple, river banks, village, and also city for the construction of well-protected matha. Some sages endowed with austerities and self-study opine that the places chosen for the construction of matha must be uninhabited, beautiful, and bereft of heat and cold. That is explained here. Devalayeva nadyamba grameva nagarethava sushobhanam matham krutva sarvaraksha samanvitam kechit vadanti munayaham tapaswadhyaya samyutaham nirjane nilaye ramye pata tapa vivarjite. Then we have Hatha Yoga Pradipika text, which believes that a Hatha Yogi lives alone at a place where a matha is situated, which is free from rocks, water, and fire to the extent of a bow's length, and in a land that is virtuous, well-ruled kingdom, prosperous, and free from disturbances. Surajye dharmike deshe subikshe nirupadrave धनु प्रमाण पर्यंतम शिलाग्नि जल वर्जिते एकांतमटिका मध्ये स्थातव्यम हठ योगिनाम. Then the Hatha Sanketa Chandrika, which lists out the following places that are suitable and unsuitable. They are slopes of mountain, castle, uninhabited or beautiful, the place where caves are situated, or the place which is bereft of sin, places of worship, places where alms are available, the state which is ruled by a righteous king, places full of riches, and places, the clean location. The unsuitable places are thorns, places which is filled with thorns or dry leaves, ant hills full of mosquitoes are not suitable for the construction of matha, and even prohibits the construction of this structure, fertile and saline lands, or a desert, and also at places with snow or heat, or in burial ground and at places of worship. And even it prohibits the old building, sacrificial shed, confluence points of sea and river, or on roads. The practice has been prohibited. Next, we have Markandeya Purana, which talks about the avoidable place. In the place which is infested by snakes, noisy, infested by fire or water, or in a decayed cowshed, or at the converging point of four roads, and amid the collection of dry leaves, in a river or in a burning ground, in a place of fear, or on the edge of a well, or at places overgrown by ant hills and funeral piles. So these are all avoidable places. Sashabdagni Jalabhyasi Jirna Goshte Chatushpathe Shushka Parnachaye Nadyam Smashane Sasari Srute Sabhaye Kupatireva Chaitya Valmika Sanchaye Dashe Shveteshu Tattvajaha Yogabhyasam Vivarjaye Sattvasya Anupapattaucha Deshakalam Vivarjaye. Geranda Samhita also that favors the places which is suitable for the matha. Forest places which are near to the capital or the metropolitan city or the place which is far off. So these are the places are not recommended by the Geranda Samhita. And poet Krishna Mishra, the 11th century poet, he makes an emphasis on having a suitable conditions for doing meditation in his wonderful work, allegorical paper, Bodha Chandrodaya, that the river banks are serene places ideal for the spiritual upliftment. The sandy river banks marked by the grain fallen from the mouth of birds and antelope and being inhabited by sages. Nivarankita Sarikatani Saritam Kulani Vaikhanasaihi Akrantani. Next, we are talking about the external features of Mata. How the external features of Mata should be, it is being described here. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika text, it talks about the Mata should be very neat and tidy, smeared with cow dung and devoid of insects. It shall be neither too high, not too low, or not too long. It shall have a small door but without windows. It should be level and free from any holes. It can have features with a small hall, like mandapa at outside, with a rice receipt, well, and surrounded by a wall. So these are the characteristics of Yoga Matha as laid down by the persons or by the experts in Hatha Yoga. Then we have internal features of Matha. The Hatha Sanketa Chandrika, which lays down the features of internal features of Matha. So the Hatha Sanketa Chandrika talks about the need of a yogin pasting the pictures containing God images on the wall, by which whenever he looks at the wall, he could get himself energized besides encouragement. He can also draw pictures containing images of burial ground and other terrible forms, looking at which will help him develop a sense of detachment from the worldly life, of course, which is plagued by sorrow, misery, disease, etc. Practice in one's house. So, how the yoga text that is favoring to the practice of yoga abhyasa, that is practice of yoga in homely atmosphere. Particularly before that, one important thing is the Hatha Sanketa Chandrika text. It talks about if a person who does not adhere to the proper place and time for the practice of yoga may be affected by the following 6 psychological and physiological health issues, which include loss of memory, dumbness, then dullness, fever, sluggishness, and deafness.
Muralidharanji, are you able to see your presentation on your computer screen?
Yes, sir. I'm able to see.
Please look at that presentation only.
Yes, sir.
Then you will be facing the audience.
Yes,
you are looking into some book and you are bending your head.
Okay, sir.
So we are not able to see you facing the audience.
Okay, sir.
Please face your screen and look at the screen and speak with the help of the screen itself. Then you will be facing the audience.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So this includes the loss of memory, dumbness, dullness, fever, sluggishness, and deafness. The Markandeya Purana, which adds another dimension of physical disorder, that is blindness. Bhadivya Jadata Lopaha Smrtir Bhukatva Mandhata Swarascha Jayate Satya Tattva Dajnana Yoginaha. Then Hatha Sanketa Chandrika text also lays a greater emphasis on the need of a yogin to use the ghee lamp and not the oil lamp. because the smoke generated from the oil lamp stays afloat in the atmosphere, trickling down into the lungs, affecting the person practicing the kumbhaka, that is the pranayama, retention of the breath. So therefore, if we use the ghee instead of oil, it won't make such health hazard. Okay, then practice in one's house. So some yoga texts ponder over the idea of an aspirant practicing yoga in the house itself while discharging his householder duties. Yoga Yajnavalkya text.
Do you have the source from which you are reading as a soft copy? Do you have a Word file?
Sir, I have my PPT presentation right in front of me, sir. And I have the hard copy.
Either you please look into the PPT presentation and speak, or bring up the Word file in which this whole material you are reading out. You are reading out from some paper probably which is kept on the table and you are bending to look into that paper. Instead of that, it will be better if you bring up the Word file. Otherwise, it's okay. For today, it's okay. For future presentations, I think this is an advice to you. Not to have a paper and bend into the paper and read. It's a good way to, if there is a Word file, bring it up on the screen and read from that Word file.
Okay, definitely. So the Yoga Yajnavalkya, Hatha Sanketa Chandrika and Shiva Samhita text, they are favoring to the adherence of householder who must stick to the householder duties while practicing the yoga. Swashramam dharma macharan Chaturnam ashramasthanam ahanyahani nityashaha vidyukta karma kartavyam sadashramastaha sadacharaha. And in Shiva Samhita text it says Grihasthanam bhavet siddhihi ishwaranam japena vai yehe stitva putradaradi purnaha sangam tyatva chantare yoga marge. Then utility of matha. So the utility of matha, the person, for the yogis, spiritual evolution, mere choosing of places, sites, aesthetic beauty of structures, etc. in the construction of matha in accordance with the text on yoga alone is not enough. If a yogi does not go for the optimal utilization of monasteries in line with the ideals set forth by great saints who promoted yoga selflessly, considering it as a place of recreation center or a place of retreating from routine work, a tourist center, eating place, etc., then spending on money, time, effort, and human labor by a yogi would not be of a worthy exercise. See, the Rajagopalachari ji, who is the former president of Sri Ramachandra Mission, which propagates the Sahaja Marga Yoga, says that an ashram is a place for us to get shreyas, that is betterment. An ashram is essentially a place where one goes to be with his master, that is Guru, and to grow spiritually. So now now the conclusion part has come. Our ancient seers and exhibited their exhaustive knowledge on environmental aspects that are essential in the preservation of beings, animate and inanimate, and their wisdom can be gleaned from their several works explained in this paper, such as Hatha Sanketa Chandrika, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, etc. For example, in Hatha Sanketa Chandrika, it touches down the aspects on prohibition of creating the matha at places such as fertile and saline land or at desert, etc. So now, what will happen? The construction of matha on fertile land will affect the fertility of the soil, leading to its degradation. If it is on saline land, people associated with this structure may run the risk of health hazard after exposing to the use of saline water. Due to non-availability of water in the desert, will result in people staying at this structure undergo severe hardships by compromising their health status, which will defeat the very purpose of practicing meditation by the aspirants. Hence, as we have seen earlier, the atmosphere and the place where one tries to practice yoga should be pleasant and conducive to one's effort. So in conclusion, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that how much environmental awareness has percolated down in the minds of followers of yoga philosophy, which is one of the identity of our Hindu tradition. With this, let me conclude. I thank the organizers for having given me this opportunity to share some of my views with the wider part of audience. And initially, some technical glitches were there, so I am very sorry for that. And thank you, Nagaraj sir, for your valuable comments. In the near future, whatever the presentation I will do, I will follow your words, sir. And then at this juncture, I would like to say that Sambhavi, she presented a paper. At this juncture, I would like to say proudly that I am the alumni of Madras Sanskrit College. Because Sambhavi, she also said that she was the alumni of Madras Sanskrit College. And I am also proud to say that I am the employee of Kottuswamy Shastri Research Institute, Mylapore, Chennai. It was existence of 75 years. So this is appeal to everyone attending this conference that whoever finds time, you please make visit to our institute. We have 60,000 books and 1,500 manuscripts. Everybody, I want, this is my appeal, this is my humble appeal to everyone. If you find time, if you happen to come to Chennai, I want you to make a visit to our institute and you can see. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Namaste, Muralidharanji. Thank you very much. This was a very good paper. This was a very important topic. Actually very essential for the understanding of significance given to environmental protection. Why environmental protection was important for rishis, particularly. The rishi and the rishi concept is very important right from the Vedic mantras. And then you have rishis were yogis. And you had all kavyas reflect a description of rishis and yogis and their forest environment. They are always located inside the forest environment. Why such a forest-rich landscape was very important. Why such environmentally nature protected environment landscape was very significant for yoga centric culture, a yogi centric culture like Hinduism is a very important argument. In fact, Muralidharanji can build that argument from that perspective and bring up a beautiful paper or a book that is very important. It is not very usual that such great scholars are techno savvy and are aware of these technical glitches and all that. Muralidharanji, I will send one of our volunteers to your house and they will help you to know more about these aspects, like how to blur the background and how to bring up the word file so that you are facing the screen.
Yes,
and
sir. Definitely, sir.
That's not a great deal, Muralidharanji. Please don't feel bad about it. Your scholarship is what we respect you for.
You have given me some valuable input, sir, which I will use in my future, sir. Definitely, because
definitely we will send our volunteers to help.
Definitely, sir.
You are great scholars, and we respect you for that. And your inputs are important for us, rather than all these minor things like technical glitches. The KSRA has been a very important collaborator and partner for Indic Academy in all our activities. And actually, in some of our conferences have 50% participants only from KSRA. The majority of the participants are from Swami Shastri Research Institute only. So we are very glad.
I am very proud to be a part of your conference, because last time I did Riti in Agni Purana.
Yeah, your deputy director Balasubramanian ji is a very regular participant. Yamuna Devi ji is a regular participant. All your KSRI group is a regular participant in all our conferences. So very glad, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry if I have.
So nothing, sir. No issue, sir. I will take it. I will take it in a very positive way, sir. Yeah. Because there is someone to guide me. There is some person to guide me, which you have done.
This is a very important argument.
Yes, sir.
This can be made into a book. This can be made into a whole book actually, starting from Brahmanas and Aranyakas and the Kavya descriptions in Kalidasa and others, right from all the ashrama descriptions. With all that, it can be made into a huge book. With this argument of why such a forest-rich environment is required for yoga and tapas. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll now move on to the next paper by Rajesh Kumarji. Dr. Rajesh Kumarji is going to talk about environmentalism, the definition and approach through examples of Hindu practices and scriptures.
Thank you, Nagarajji. So I'll share my screen from here. Hope this is visible to all of you.
Yeah, but it can be changed into slideshow.
Actually, when I change it to slideshow, I feel difficulty in changing the slides.
No, just you can use your arrow marks in the laptop. That will take it to the next slide. Just put your fingers on the 3 arrow marks part of your laptop.
Yes. Can you see the slides changing?
No. It is still in the app mode. Kotigaru, please guide him.
Or it can be shared. I have sent the PPTs to you.
Yeah. Kotigaru, please share his PPT.
Thank you, I'm sharing it. Yeah, please. Okay, thank you, Nagaraj and the whole INDIC team for giving this opportunity to talk on this this topic. My basic training is not in any of these. My basic training is in physics, and what I just try to learn, and since I saw this this conference, so I thought, okay, let me share a few things that I felt. So this is not done based on too extensive research on this, but whatever I have gone through and what I have learned and heard from my peers, I will just try to share. Okay, and I will like to tell that I am from IIT Indore, and we are always proud of being from the cleanest city in India, and that also for the 5th time. So let us see what I have here. Can next? Yeah, so this is how I have planned, and let us see how we can define environmentalism, because this is the first thing that came to my mind when we said that Hinduism and environmentalism, which means we and the environment. Is it two separate things, or can we say something else about it? And what are the Hindu practices that that touches it, and what does the literature say, and what are the lessons that we can learn from this? Next. Before I go to the actual talk, this is some of the work that we do, and here also you will see that some of the work related to Indian knowledge systems. We have a center here about Indian knowledge system at IIT Indore, where we have just started all these kind of things, that whether the herbal materials, whether that is of use in technology, and how that can be used for making materials which are of technological importance. Next, please. This is again, we were in news for making electronic devices using herbal products, and we were given some award also. Next, please. Yeah, so this was also about these technology that we use for doing research on herbal materials. Next, please. Yeah, so this one was, I was mentioning that that electronic materials are there in these herbal materials, and where we use them for making memory chips, memory devices. Not yet, we have not yet come with the chips, but memory things. So this is, I'm showing only to connect how environment affects all of us. Next, please. Yes. So let us talk about the environmentalism. When we say that we and the environment, it appears that we two are different. Let us, I'm trying to understand. Suppose there are two fish inside the ocean or a river, and one fish asks that where is this ocean? And this second fish is answering, you are in it and a part of it. Which means that this fish, since it doesn't understand what is the ocean, that's why it has an impression that the fish and ocean, they are separate. So that's why I'm showing this cartoon, that when we say environment, it is very much we and the environment. We are not two separate things. If we consider of an environment, we are very much part of it, but we will consider it as a, yes, yes, please, next please. So we and environment are not different. We are very much part of it. But for discussion, we will consider that, okay, we and the environment is separate, so that we can build this discussion, and then we continue. Next, please. Yes. So when we try to talk about Hinduism and environment, very basis, which this sentence is from Tulsidas written Ramcharitmanas, which says that Chitijal Pavak Gagan Samira Pancharachitiya Adham Sarira. Means our own body is made up of these 5 elements, and which is very much part of this environment. So the Hinduism, which considers the whole body or the whole any life as a part, as made up of these 5 elements, which is environment. So this discussion, when it starts, that how environment is associated with Hinduism, it looks talking about something which is very obvious. But let us see what next. I will talk about why Tulsidas writes Adham about the Sharir. What my feeling is about this, I will discuss it later if time permits. Please, next, please. And I give this example of Mata Sita, again from Sri Ram's this history. Mata Sita is a very good example that how a whole life, a full-fledged human life, can take birth from earth, and it just merges with the earth. So what could be a better example to show that environment and we are in union with that, and that also is the basis of yoga, which in the previous talk it was also mentioned. So no other religion says that a whole full-fledged body of flesh can come out of earth, and it can just at the end, and it can merge with the earth. Next, please. And this is also related with the personification. To make this point, I think my guess would be to make this point that how environment and we are in union. All these gods are personified. That whether all these elements which is written here, be it Pavan, Surya, Varun, Prithvi, Agni, Vanaspati, everything, that to make the point that all this is part of us, and that's why these are personified, and associated festivals are there. Shefali Vaidyaji very clearly mentioned about one of these. So all these festivals and all these personification of gods, that is also emphasizing and highlighting that how environmentalism and Hinduism, it's just a union of kind of thing. Next, please. See, we all understand this, that all these parts, anything we can think of on this earth or universe, that is categorized in these consisting of 5 parts, of be it earth, air, fire, water, space, and how it has been created. It had been created from nothingness, and then if you keep increasing increasing the macroness in these things, then by slowly adding it up, it becomes space to air to fire, water, and earth. And that is very much associated with the 5 senses that we have, that all these 5 things, adding one to the other and keep on adding, the nature of sense comes the composition of the body and the ability to sense all these. They are also entangled with each other. And that is another example that how environment comes into picture. When we say or we talk about us, very much we are talking about the whole environment. It's not that we are talking about us and not talking about the environmentalism. Probably since we don't understand this all these things are getting polluted and are not remaining as of that we can use all of them. Next, please. Now, see, the basic practice that is prescribed in Hinduism. It says that before we wake up and touch the earth, we start with this mantra, which says Samudravasane Devi Parvatstan Mandale Vishnu Patnim Navastubhyam Pad Sparsham Chamaswame. We understand that we will now wake up and put our feet on the earth. So before we do that, we just seek pardon. The meaning is written here that, O earth, now for my daily living, I have to put my feet on you. Please pardon me for that. That means that we consider it as a living being. And actually it is, that our all body, everything is made up of this. So we feel that we should seek pardon before we put our feet on it. So these are the very first thing that is prescribed in Hinduism, which tells us that how sensitive we are towards the environment. Next, please. Moving ahead, one example from Sri Ramcharitmanas, where we all know this story that Sri Ram and his whole Sena is at the bank of ocean, and they need to cross the ocean so that they can reach Sri Lanka, and for next course of action when they were looking for Sita on their way. So before they do that, there is a ocean in between. So Sri Ram asks Vibhishan, see, look at the sensitivity. He says that, see, inside this sea or the ocean, there are so many kind of animals. How to cross that? It is not easy to cross this, so how to cross that? Then in reply, Vibhishan suggests that, see, Lord Ram, you are capable. I would like to just have a focus on this. Vibhishan says that you are capable of just drying this whole ocean, but the Niti doesn't say that. What does the Niti say? It is your personal thing that you are looking for your wife, you have to reach Sri Lanka, but even then you are not supposed to destroy this sea. So one should not exploit the natural resources for personal needs. And that's what the Niti says as per Vibhishan, and which is a very which is in Hinduism as in general. Everywhere we'll see example that it says that no personal needs should be allowed to exploit the nature. Next, please. See, all these things, since we don't understand, now look at a campaign. People say, all of us have seen people saying that save Earth. He says, okay, save Earth, save Earth. It is not about saving Earth. The reality is save yourself. Earth is here since long. See, this is these many years ago, 5 crore years ago, and this is now. So Earth is here since long. Earth was here and Earth will remain here. If we don't change our behavior, Earth will remain here. We need not save Earth. We need to save ourselves. So campaign is save Earth, but the reality is save ourselves. So don't save Earth. Earth will remain here. Save yourself. These pictures from Kedarnath, this is very clear that everything, nature is capable of take care of it. If the better thing is to change ourselves. Next, please. Now, there is a hope. Tulsidas ji also writes that sab taru phare ram hit lagi ritu aru kuritu kalagati tyagi. So environment can do this too. The meaning of this is, if we behave sensibly, for Ram it appears that nature, this sentence means that for Sri Ramji, all plants give fruits irrespective of season. So if we behave sensibly, that can be a very much part of the whole evolution of life on earth, that now we need not rely on a particular season for that particular fruit. So this is the hope that I also feel that it is not. I don't know what scientific or so-called this modern Western science agrees with this or not, but let us take this as a hope so that we behave properly. Can we go to next now? See, one thing before I conclude, I think this is a second last slide. Last two months, this news was in very much discussion that there is a coal the coal shortage on earth, that there won't be much power, and everybody was worried that there won't be coal on this earth. We are worried about coal so that we can have electricity. It seems that we are not that worried about water. Water we are polluting, and we are much worried about coal and petroleum. So this is the time we should be more focused about environment, and that is for us to survive, the next generations to survive. Next, please. So let us take this oath that we use anything only as much as we need. Technology of destruction, of course, no to technology of destruction. Let us move towards yoga and spirituality, so that the yoga and spirituality, so that we can save ourselves and next generation. That's it. I think I would like to conclude here. Next slide, please. So I thank all my students and the Indic Academy and IIT Indore and the Center for Indian Scientific Knowledge Systems at IIT Indore for this. And thank you, Dr. Nagaraj, for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful compilation of environmentally sensitive, environmentally useful observations, quotations, and snippets from various sources. Though it was not a structured, flowing argument, it was a compilation of wonderful, very useful, environmentally useful and environmentally warning, wonderful points all compiled into one presentation. Wonderful, Dr. Rajesh Kumarji. Thank you very much. And we all admire you for that eco-friendly memory chip production for the computers. more such technology is needed from all the technology places, particularly from India and from premier institutes like IITs. We look forward to more such technology from you, Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And now we move on to the last session before lunch, last paper before lunch, by Atul Avadhut Satheji. After lunch, we will have wonderful presentations by our invited speakers. These two, in fact, are our invited speakers. That is why probably we should give them a very special attention and special session. Dr. Srijani Bhattacharji Day and Sri G.V. Shivakumarji. Sri G.V. Shivakumarji is one of our leading lights in Indic Academy and always comes up with wonderful papers. So those two papers by these two shining scholars are going to be after lunch because we'll have to move to lunch. Now the last paper before lunch is going to be Environmentalism in the Vedic Context by Atul Avadhut Satheji, who has been working in the environmentalism area. He is also a journalist who has worked for many press media organizations, and he has been with environmental movements, and he has been an environmental journalist also. He prefers to be in the ecology and environmentalism field for his career also. Atul Avadhut Satheji.
Thank you, Dr. Paturi, and I also thank the entire team at Indic Academy for providing me this opportunity to talk on two topics which are the closest to my heart. One is, as you rightly said, about caring for the environment, as well as my deep faith in our Vedic culture and all the traditions. And I have always been observing, both while working in the environment sector, as well as a journalist, as a writer, that there is a very close overlap between sustainable living, conservation of environment, and our sustainable Vedic culture. And it has always been my attempt to sort of bridge these two disciplines together. I am neither a Sanskrit scholar nor am I an environmental researcher, but I am more of an educator, writer, journalist, and communicator. With that background, I would share my slides. Just give me a moment. Is the slide visible?
No, not yet.
You want me to share for you?
No, I'll just do it. One moment.
Okay.
Is it visible now?
It has started.
Yes,
now it is.
yes,
Yeah,
it is.
now it is perfect.
Yeah. Just a moment. Yes, so as you can see in the heading, I would be talking about Indian traditions and conservation. And that picture there is of a sacred grove in the Ratnagiri district of Maharashtra, as is the case in most of the sacred groves. And you can see there is a small shrine there and a dense patch of vegetation of forest, which you can see in the background. So we would be revisiting ancient wisdom for contemporary solutions, because it is always said that any philosophy, any knowledge is of use when it can be put to use in the contemporary problems and issues. So that's what we'll try to explore here. So India's philosophy, as we all know, it is the only ancient one to survive till date in largely the original form. We all know that there were nature worshipping, eco-friendly cultures all across the world, many of them inspired by the Vedic culture, many of them homegrown in those particular geographies. But sadly, very few of them survive till date, and our Indian Vedic culture is one of them. And our Vedic culture, as we all know, it addresses almost all walks of life in the most holistic manner. But here, within the framework of this presentation, we would be discussing the environmental part of it, the environmental sustainability part of it, and that would be across various disciplines or across various walks of life. We would try to touch upon that. To begin with, the very first fact, as we observe, is all living and non-living entities in nature are considered to be manifestations of the supreme being in our Hindu Vedic culture. So people may describe it as cosmic consciousness, cosmic energy, or Parameshwar. But the very essence is that we are spiritually connected to every living and non-living form. So once we feel we are connected, any lay person would definitely think twice before destroying something to which we are so innately connected. And then we talk about dharma. In today's times, the word is used in the most inappropriate manner. But as we know, dharma, the Sanskrit word, dharayati iti dharma, so that which sustains. So actually today we talk about sustainable development, but the very word dharma in Vedic context, it continuously keeps talking about sustainability. And as we know, dharma talks about ethics, duties, love for all beings, obeying the laws of the land, the natural laws, and the eternal cosmic principles. So in fact, dharma encompasses every possible aspect of behavior. And development should be within that dharma framework. And we observe that it is said that satya, which is the relative truth, if we add the dharmic or eternal principles to that, it is converted into ruta, which is the universal reality. So it is said that if we explore the ruta and try to implement that, we would once again be in sync with nature, as other creatures are there. They are programmed for that. Continuing with the Indian philosophy, interestingly, the photo here is from a place called Mathiran in Maharashtra, which is a part of the famous Sahyadri or Western Ghats, which is a world biodiversity hotspot. So Indic philosophy, as we have seen also in some of the previous presentations, that it is not anthropocentric and it is not compartmentalized, and it includes the entire universe in the whole way of thinking itself. And we refer to Mother Earth as Bhumata and Vasudha and provider of all wealth. And the Sanskrit words Dohan and Shoshan exactly explain how we are supposed to live on this earth. We are not supposed to conquer or exploit the earth, but use it in the most sustainable way, in the Dohan kind of way. And the law of karma, it is mentioned that whatever we give comes back to us. So if we do harm to other creatures, it is going to come back to us. And I find that it's very comparable to Newton's third law of motion. And we know that the Newton's laws are also, very much in line with Rishi Kanad's principles. Indian philosophy has been encouraging the principle of least violence. So either many people are vegetarians, even those who are non-vegetarians are non-vegetarian in a very limited way. They eat non-veg only on a few particular days of the week, etc. And finally, as far as the philosophy is concerned, it talks about balance in all actions, which brings lasting happiness, not just some temporary happiness. And it has always been advocated that material pursuit should go hand in hand with spiritual progress. And if we take a quick cursory look down the ages, right from the Vedic era, we see that the earliest scriptures, the Vedas, they have been highlighting the importance of forest ecology and harmonious living. And not just that, there is vivid description of biodiversity of those times in the Vedic scriptures. For instance, the Rig Veda, which is considered to be the oldest among the four Vedas, it has many descriptions of the lion, but not of the tiger. And that indicates its antiquity, because it is said that the lion has been an older inhabitant of the Indian subcontinent, particularly northern India, and the tiger has been a recent entrant. And more details of these very interesting details can be found on the blog of Shrimati Rupa Bhati. We have read that the hermitages of sages were invariably in forested areas, and wild animals are known to have lived in those times very peacefully in close proximity of those hermitages. Ramayana, as we know, it talks about sustainable kingdoms, and there are beautiful descriptions in Valmiki Ramayana about the observations of the forest by Bhagwan Ram and Sita, and their loving relation with the flora and fauna. Coming to Mahabharata, we all know that Mahabharata is more known for the victory of good over evil, and Bhagavad Gita. Interestingly, towards the end in Shanti Parva, it has a lot of details about conservation of natural resources and sustainable living. And going forward, even Chanakya, Buddha, Mahavir, Ashoka, they have all emphasized on the protection of resources. And even ancient poets like Kalidasa, they have described the natural bounties of India, and that too very scientifically. For instance, in his writings, he talks about the bar-headed goose, which migrates northwards and back southwards in particular times of the year. So when he writes in his writings that, okay, if this is the thing that is happening, the goose is migrating, that means this is going to be the season now. So it's based on empirical observation. And all the devotional sects in medieval India also talk about love and compassion for all living beings. And if we look at the conservation from the macro picture, all the Panchamahabhutas, the 5 basic building blocks of life, they are worshipped and thus naturally protected against overexploitation. Because as we saw earlier, when something is worshipped, people tend to protect it without any laws, particularly. There is concept of Bhuta Shuddhi in our culture, where we are taught how to live in harmony with all the 5 elements. All the mountain forests and the river sources. These mountain forests are the sources of rivers. They are the catchment areas. They prevent soil erosion, prevent floods, and their conservation is advocated, as in the case of the Aranyani Sukta. If you observe even in India, in the Western Ghats, Sahyadri, whether it is Mahabaleshwar, whether it is Tala Kaveri or any other places, those are river sources and they are culturally protected. Even the courses of rivers and lakes have always been considered to be divine. So then that naturally discourages any kind of pollution or reclamation of the water body. So it has been an holistic science explained by way of symbolism so that even the lay person understands it. Another interesting feature going forward, various animals have been considered as sacred. And naturally, once they are associated with deities, there is scientific reason behind that, spiritual reason behind that, and then naturally they are conserved. For instance, Devi Durga, her vehicle is either the lion or the tiger. If we see in western and northern parts of India, invariably the lion is depicted. In the eastern parts of India, tiger is depicted, depending on which is the predominant apex species in the food chain. So if the tiger and the lion are protected, the entire forest ecosystem is protected. Same with elephant, who is associated with Bhagwan Ganesh, and the elephant plays a very vital role in the forest ecosystem in maintaining a balance between the dense forest areas and the grassland areas, and churning between the 2 kinds of sub-ecosystems. We all know that cattle, cow and bullock are considered sacred, and cow is considered mother. The cattle have a role in every human endeavor almost. And even big and small animals have been depicted with reverence, as in the case of Bhagwan Parshvanath. And on the Ashoka pillar, we have the lion, bullock, and the horse. Langur, which is supposed to be associated with Bhagwan Hanuman, plays a very vital role in seed dispersal and forest regeneration. Cobra associated with Shiva, again, major role in controlling the rodent population. Turtle plays a vital role in keeping the water bodies clean. Similarly, sacred birds, we all know peacock, our national bird. It has a major role in the forest ecosystem in way of controlling the pests. The swan, as in the case of the goose, it gives indicators about the condition of the climate and weather based on their migration patterns. Eagle associated with Bhagwan Vishnu. Eagle is like the tiger in the sky, the apex predator. And the owl, vehicle of Devi Lakshmi, again a major role in controlling rodents so that there is ample crop, and a crop is a very important manifestation of Lakshmi. Vulture depicted as Jatayu and Sampati in Ramayana. They keep the countryside clean, very important role in the ecosystem. The crow considered sacred because of association with the ancestors, again keeping the countryside clean. Koel associated with various vrats and practices, and so that those trees which support birds like koel are that's how protected, so that the koel can be viewed during those particular rituals. The Sarus crane, considered symbol of love and fidelity, it has a major role in wetland ecology. Similarly, we have a lot of sacred plants, as we can see here, the banyan and the sacred fig, that is the peepal, huge sprawling trees, which have a very, very major role in carbon sequestration and, more importantly, providing habitat and food for a myriad species of birds and animals. Cluster fig, also known as Udumbar in Sanskrit, again maintaining the cycle of the water table, and it also indicates the water table traditionally. Neem, as we all know, major role in medicine and pest control. Medicinal properties of wood apple, tamarind, amla, all considered sacred. Mango, mentioned in Bhavishwattar Puran, a very important source of nutrition. And Bale and Sita Ashok. Devdar in the alpine Himalayan areas, it's considered sacred, prevents soil erosion. And holy basil, as we all know, no more description required on that about its utility. And we have a culture of forest conservation. So many species have been studied and protected as per the Ayurveda and Riksha Ayurveda. Today we talk about taxonomy, scientific classification of species. The ancient Indians have also done really good taxonomy work in Ayurveda and Riksha Ayurveda. One example which was also given by Shefali ji earlier about the 21 plant species which are used in Ganpati worship. So the very raison d'etre is that once you need all those 21 species every Ganesh also, you are going to invariably protect those plants in the vicinity of your home so that you can use them at the time of the festival. And many forest dwellers are known to conserve trees as per their gotra. And it is known that the old Rajasthani villages used to have 4 forests maintained in 4 directions. One for regular use, one for a nominal drought, second in case of a very severe drought, and the 4th one was never supposed to be touched. And there is a concept of worshipping plant deities, as in the case of Mahapurush, which are typically the ficus species in southern Konkan. In southern Konkan, mangroves, which are the coastal forests, they are also worshipped, as well as the Vriksha Devata in case of northern Konkan. Sacred groves, as we all know, are patches of forest which are traditionally conserved across India. And the patron deities or energies of that particular locality which ensure well-being are worshipped. And the sacred groves which are not touched by people traditionally, they are major ecosystems, biodiversity hotspots, and river catchment areas, as well as gene pools. Even the concept of evolution has been looked at in a very holistic way in the Indian culture, in the form of the Dashavatars, and it talks about not just physical but spiritual evolution. So the first 4 manifestations of the Bhagwan, Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, and Narasimha in the Satya Yuga, where everybody was adhering to the natural laws, talks about the evolution from the marine species to the human birth. And then in the Treta Yuga, as we know, Vaman, Parshuram, and Ram, in an era of developing human intellect, along with spiritual powers and still surviving purity, and then Krishna and Buddha in the transition zone of Dwapar and Kali Yuga, on the eve of, on the threshold of chaos and degradation, and then finally Kalki. So somewhere there is physical as well as spiritual evolution depicted here. The 4 Purusharthas, this is very interesting from an individual as well as the society point of view, because everybody keeps talking about sustainability, and the Indian tradition has an inbuilt sustainability because it talks about working in a very holistic way and not first doing destruction and then taking remedial measures. So everybody is supposed to first adhere to the dharmic principles and then earn their livelihood within that framework, satisfy all the desires within that framework, and also seek the ultimate liberation gradually as they go through this process. The concept of Raja Yoga meditation, we all know in Ashtanga Yoga, there are the 8 limbs described. I observed that the first 2 limbs, the yam which talks about external interaction, it talks about ahimsa. So ahimsa involves obviously not harming animals and plants as well. It talks about asteya, non-stealing, so non-robbing of natural resources, aparigraha, non-holding, so only use as much that is required. Don't be in an excessively consumerist mindset. And then the niyama for code of conduct for internal cleansing. So santosha, if we are content with whatever we are getting through hard work in an ethical way, we won't be destroying natural resources beyond a point. And the tapas or the swashista, so discipline. So we talk about the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle. So this kind of tapasya is actually hinting at that. And swadhyaya, self-study analysis. So if we are into a contemplative mode in between, so we can actually come up with sustainability solutions. We talked about Ramayana. Quickly, we will take a look at the 3 towns or 3 regions which behaved in 3 different ways. The philosophy of Ayodhya was living on intellect backed by intuition. By intuition, we mean that connect with the divine. Kishkinda was completely living on instinct. It was a forest dwelling community, and Lanka was living only on intellect alone. The lifestyle of Ayodhya was rural plus urban combination with a judicious usage of resources. Kishkinda obviously was forest dwelling, so completely nature based. Lanka was rural plus urban, plus it was tending towards wasteful usage of resources. So naturally, the environment impact in the Ayodhya kingdom was there was sustainable utilization of resources. Kishkinda obviously sustainable because totally in sync with habitats. But there are also instances and descriptions in Ramayana which talk about the destruction of natural resources in the Lanka kingdom. And the same is then depicted in the state of society in those particular regions. Quickly coming to Chanakya's Arthashastra, everybody keeps talking about what is the best economic model possible. And whether it is consumerism, communism, capitalism, or whatever. But I think going forward, the root is spiritual economics. And as we all know, Chanakya says, Sukhasya moolam dharma, dharmasya moolam artha, arthasya moolam rajya, rajyasya moolam indriya jayam. So seeking happiness and through enterprise, ethical enterprise, and if we are to succeed in the enterprise in a sustainable way, we have to control our senses. So there is inbuilt sustainability in that. It obviously advocates equitable distribution of wealth, sustainable growth through conscience and adherence to ethics, and judicious resource management. It is interesting to note that there are sections in Arthashastra which classify the forest into different usage areas. Its conservation, wildlife protection is advocated, management of land, as well as sustainable agriculture. And thus we see that even in agriculture, there are sustainable practices. Lakshmi is considered in the form of Dhanya Lakshmi, the crops and seeds. Yeah. Yes,
are we close to the conclusion? We
Yeah,
have to move to lunch and have a post-lunch session.
Yeah, this is the third last slide. So 3 more minutes.
Please conclude as soon as possible.
Sure. So even cropping patterns were in tune with the soil and the climate, and natural fertilizers obviously, and trees were always encouraged on the farm burns for natural pest control through the medium of birds, and designated pasture lands were always used so that the cattle don't destroy the forest. The Mandi boy tradition ensured healthy offspring for cattle, and shepherd community was always sustainable as far as the grassland ecosystem is concerned, and subsistence hunting and subsistence farming were always practiced. And naturally, all the celebrations have been green celebrations. Either they are harvest festivals, as in case of Dasara or Sankranti, or they are celebrating and respecting the cattle, or even the Indian New Year, known by different names in different states, is celebration of the advent of spring. Celebrations like Naroi Purnima actually encourage sustainable fishing, and Nagapanchami protection of snakes, and Vanabhojan actually going out into the forest once in a while to enjoy meals in company of nature. So naturally, the Indian lifestyles have always been sustainable. Roads, temples, etc. constructed through local materials, as you can see in the picture, and architecture enabled use of natural light and air, and local renewable fuel options, locally grown cuisine, non-polluting transport, and renewable resources used for all the objects used in the household. and the human habitation was alongside nature always. And so reduce, reuse, recycle, it is inbuilt in Indians. And many of these options can actually be reformed in a modern avatar by combination of appropriate technology. So we come to the last slide. So with all this background in all this urbanization and development kind of era, we still have respect for simplicity and knowledge in most average Indian homes. These things are respected. There is emphasis on a peaceful way of life. Indians are known as peaceful people. Preference for locally made fresh food is still observed to a large extent. We still have our practices of judicious consumption and coexistence. We keep morsels for animals. We try to plant trees even in crowded urban spaces, and depiction of flora fauna in culture. And this we see getting reflected in modern forms like CSR, the concept of food miles, deep ecology, etc. But we have with us for thousands of years. So going forward, the last two lines. So we have to make lifestyle choices that really bring lasting happiness. We can take a leaf out of our Vedic knowledge. And even at the policy level, holistic economic and technological growth within the framework of Dharma or sustainable spiritual concepts is what I wanted to put forth. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to be in this august audience. Thank you so much, sir. Any questions?
Namaste, Atulji. Wonderful. It was a wonderful survey of actually true to a journalist. You have covered actual factual data in the paper. With this, we come to the end of the pre-lunch session. There are many appreciating, admiring comments for Shefali's paper. There is a repeated question whether these presentations are going to be available further. I have already answered in the Q&A box. All these presentations are going to be already they have been uploaded on the Indic Academy YouTube channel. And individual presentations will be edited by our Koti Garu, and they will be uploaded in a day or two. Individual presentations will be uploaded.
There was one question about the mention of LGM, last glacial maximum. Should I answer that question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Shrimati Richa Badola ji asks what you mentioned LGM in reference to Rupa Bhati's blog with respect to lions. What does that mean? Actually, LGM, as it is known, the last glacial maximum, as in that time period around say 20,000 years ago, when the effect of the last glaciation, the greatest extent of that effect was still visible, and a lot of depiction of flora and fauna in the Rigveda actually hints to an era which coincides with the last glacial maximum. And that was the time when the Indian subcontinent was not as thickly forested as it is today, as per Rupa Bhati's blog. So the lions, which are more of a grassland animal, were more prevalent. And then as the climate became warmer, tigers actually sort of settled more into the subcontinent, driving the lions further westward. So that's the connection with last glacial maximum. Thank you, everybody.
Great. So let us meet again at 2:10 instead of 2 o'clock, because it is already we are approaching 1:40. 20 minutes will be too short for lunch. So let us meet again at 2:10 and let us quickly start the session, and we'll have two wonderful invited papers by Shivakumar ji and Srijani Bhattacharya ji, and then we'll have the valedictory session. Namaste.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste. Welcome back to this last session of this conference. We are going to have two wonderful papers by Sri G.V. Shivakumarji and Dr. Srijani Bhattacharji. Udaka Tattva is going to be the topic for Sri G.V. Shivakumarji's paper. Please, Sri G.V. Shivakumarji, over to you.
Dhanyavad. Srinivasji. Dhanyavad. Namaste and good afternoon to all of you. Firstly, I heartily congratulate all the presenters of the previous sessions. I think the sessions have been extremely insightful and very purposeful. There is a lot that we can take forward from these presentations. So with this, I bow to all my deities and my inspiration, the river Saraswati. It's interesting that today my topic is also Udaka Tattva, and rivers are an important part of the Udaka Tattva. So my topic is Udaka Tattva, the water principle in the Vedas. Next slide, please. So the structure of the presentation is like this. We will walk through the Srinama of water in the Vedas as compiled by Nirukta. Then we'll walk through some of the names of rivers and their meaning as once again presented by Nirukta, but compiled from the Vedas. We will look at it from the standpoint of some patterns, and finally in the last slide we will discuss what those patterns mean from the standpoint of environmentalism. We will then go into the description of the river Sindhu and then the river Saraswati. Very important because there is a lot of philosophy over there. Then we will see the praise of the Almighty, the Bhagavan, Narayana in the Vedas and with water references. We will briefly summarize the Udaka Tattva and look at how and why that Udaka Tattva emerges from these details. But more importantly, and my fundamental focus these days is we will look at a Purushartha-based architecture for environmentalism in Hinduism as it emerges from some of the descriptions of water from the Udaka Tattva in the Vedas. So we discuss a hypothesis and a template using which we can think of a framework to protect every valuable thing. Every valuable thing that today is kind of overutilized by the modern world. What is the perspective and the framework that we require? This is the structure of this presentation. Next slide, please. So you will see there are around 101 names for water in Vedas as compiled by Nirukta. The reference for this is a book on Veda Samskriti Parichaya by Dr. K.S. Narayanacharya. It is there only in Kannada. It is not there in English. Hope someday, we get that in English. And there is it's a compilation of 10 different books that he has written. And one of the books is on Udaka Tattva. And my primary material is coming from the references from the book on Udaka Tattva. So you can see that in the first column, there is a lot of physical description. And in the second column, there are some philosophical descriptions, and that is important. I present this for around 20 plus cases, and then I will just list all the other names. For instance, you see something like Arnaha. It comes from the Ru Dhatu. It means one which has a flow, but this flow is representing the flow of the universe, which is the Rita. So there is a physical property and there is a corresponding sacred property. This pattern you can see throughout in the description of the water in the Vedas. For example, Vanam is also a name for water in some contexts. Physically, that can translate into everybody needs it. Fundamentally, it is the life-holding force of the universe. Madhu is enveloped by clouds, but one that must be worshipped to be understood. That means, the cloud has to go away for you to find the water, for the tattva. So this is one beauty in Bharatiya Parampara. And this is the most important point that I want to highlight in this presentation. That is, there is a physical property for every material has a physical property, but the sages have envisaged a corresponding spiritual property. Look at Salilam, flowing, moving from a higher area to lower area, but actually it means it is representing an eternal movement, which once again is Rita. So this is this dual way of, and this is best represented by water in the Vedas. You can see this pattern throughout, but water is something that is worshipped like anything, nothing else in the Vedas, apart from, Soma and other things. So that from something that is physical that gets this kind of elevated place is absolutely the water. Not for, for obvious reasons, because that is still physically the most important life-holding force, but extracting sacred properties of it. And these sacred properties are not merely imagined and thrust on it. These are the result of enormous tapas of our sages. And this is going to come only from the Shrutis. So this is not going, you can experience it but through your ritual performances, but you cannot prove it with the instrumentation of modern science. Hence, it is extremely important that we keep this dual property of every material in mind. Move to the next slide, please. Sorry for my voice, it is not in a good shape. So some more you will see like that. And, so it also has, water also has the word dharunam, which means water holds, but it is the one that is holding the entire universe. Ararindani, one that is given, which also means one that provides wealth that is superior to all other wealth. So that is the philosophical meaning of it. Retaha, extremely important. One that falls uncontrollably, one that floods. But philosophically, it is corresponding to another aspect of Rita, that is consciousness protecting divinity. Thus, so the nature of the consciousness that protects divinity is that it falls uncontrollably when you realize it. So you have to realize it. So that's, you can find around 101 names, and we can move to the next slide, please. So here I have listed 99. Somewhere there are two names with the two same names with different meanings. And I have also highlighted some extremely important names over here. For instance, Vyoma. You see, the name for water is Vyoma, which actually means space, which means it occupies any given space, one that spreads. It also has the meaning, word Ritam sometimes represents water itself. Yoni sometimes represent water because water goes and joins the ocean. Ritasya Yonihi is another philosophical word for that. That means that it is the one where you go and meet the Rita. So it is through water that you will go and meet Rita. So this whatever pattern that I showed, it can be extracted for every single word over here. And the important parameter is that the Bharatiya Parampara through our sages have extracted, I think extracted word is not good, have seen, it's a drashta activity, have seen a sacred property of for every physical aspect of water. Here in this list, all 100 names, they have a certain physical property. They are describing the physicality. It's also important to know that all these names of water are coming from certain features of water. So this is another unique aspect of Bharatiya Parampara, that names given to an object is coming from its multiple physical features. These many physical features in English you cannot find. You can describe a certain feature of water, but that does not translate itself to become a word itself, which is an aspect of Bharatiya Parampara, because this is our verb to noun phenomenon. The verb to noun phenomenon is to represent a single piece of material in multiple dimensions, multiple ways. So you are viewing the same material with multiple lenses. Finally, for each of those physical lenses, you have an equivalent sacred lens. That is the perspective of Bharatiya Parampara. That is the perspective of material from the Bharatiya Parampara. So the perspective of material is what I want to highlight through the Srinamas of water. Next slide, please. Now let us see the Srinamas of Nadi. So my favorite slide, this is. So around 37 names are given. Avanayaha, Yahyaha, Khaha means digging the earth. Srotyaha, with a flood. Enyaha, Gamanasvabhava. So take a look at this. So you will see multiple words with meaning Gamana, Gamanashila, Gamana Swabhava, which means that the flow of the water is a conscious flow. That is what is emerging from that. So it carries, so this is a spiritual perspective of the river. Otherwise, you look at it as a mere flow, a physical flow. But everything in Bharatiya Parampara must serve the purpose of the sacred, the divinity. And the divinity must emerge naturally from the physical property. And the critical physical property of river, which is flowing, which is the natural property of water also. And that is that has translated into names for the river, which has a spiritual dimension, and that is Gamanasvabhava. And that is why meditation, on the banks of the river, which means there is, see, this is an extremely important Udaka Tattva. In Bharatiya Parampara, Srishti and Sthiti go together. Srishti works for Sthiti, and that is appearing here. The water flows, which is a dynamic, which is a movement. It creates a Srishti, but it is a self-conscious Srishti, and it is It is its ability to see itself. Our ability to see ourselves, our own flow within. It is reflecting that. And hence the flow of the river corresponds to Rita, which is nothing but Srishti being subordinated to Riti, or the Sthiti, Srishti going along with the Sthiti. So the rivers are all, Gamanashilatva of the river translates into we reflecting ourselves and the universe and being one with the universe along with the river. The rhythm of the river helps us in we becoming one with the universe. So you can see multiple meanings of the word and 37 names. So many of them derived from the word flow, but each word is very, very different. Some words are very physical with strength. Urjasvayatyaha. Some are like, payasvayatyaha, worthy of drinking. But that translates into becoming a tirtha. And that is what is extremely important here. So through this, I also want to prevail upon the Sanatanis to look at the names of everything that is there in the Sanskrit world with this duality of physical property and the corresponding sacred properties. So the names and even the dhatus are very naturally emerging. This naturality is the most important thing. That is, the names, even the words, are emerging with a certain scientific structure, which is a combination of Iha and Para. If only Iha was there, the environmentalism would not have emerged. Because Para is integrated with it, there is environmentalism, and we'll see that in the last slide. Next slide, please. So some more names of the rivers and their meaning. Ganga, Yamuna, you can see that all of them have a corresponding characteristic of flow. Yamuna flows quietly. Ganga flows forever. It represents eternity. Yamuna flows quietly. It represents enchanting. So the physical property of the river has translated it into the name, and that translates into a spiritual culture that develops on the banks of the river. And you can see that everywhere. With a star, it means one with great flow and banks. So great flow is what it represents. Saraswati represents ones that flows in fulsome and wholesome. That is the Rita Swarupa river in Bharatiya Parampara. And that is why the Vedic culture evolved on the banks of river Saraswati. Next slide, please. So the description of river Sindhu, I'll quickly move because I will lose time otherwise. River Sindhu, all the descriptions are fundamentally the description of Rita Pravaha itself, the universal flow of the flow of the cosmic universe. And Sindhu is, as many of you will know, is used both to represent the river Sindhu as well as the concept of moving water Sindhu itself, river itself. So your flow is constant with the same speed, spreading with tejas all side. Straight flow, white colored, bright, without any trouble. Your flowing is your karma. So that is a reflection of the universe. Because universe's nature is a sthiti, and sthiti is nothing but being dynamic, yet being in the equilibrium at all points of time. So thus you can see in the description of water and its many forms, you can see a reflection of its sacred properties, which are all pointing to the Rita Pravaha of the very universe itself, which means the sages have envisaged, have seen the rhythm of the universe, the dynamic of the universe being reflected in the flow of river and hence in the water itself. So the water is not just a physically holding, a physically essential commodity for us, but it is also spiritually essential for us to be one with the universe. And we will see what that translates to. Next slide, please. Similar description of river Saraswati, and wherever Sindhu's description is of universal river, it is very similar to that of river Saraswati. Wherever it is specifically referring to river Sindhu, then it is different. She is full of truth. She fulfills all our desires. She gives cows. She has cows. So Aurobindo clearly says that she is the river of inspiration flowing from the truth consciousness. So in the Secret of the Vedas, he dwells with it, in great detail. So this is how Bharati Parampara saw water. Now, when you see it from these dimensions, your want to protect will be very, very high. Next slide, please. So some Upanishad Vakya praising Bhagavan. And you can see that Salilam, Apova, Tajjalaniti, Apo. All these are very, very clearly, describing the Bhagavan in terms of water. So, and the last one is important. Apo Nara iti Narayana. So Narayana is Naranam Ayanam Asau. Narayana is also Nara Eva Ayanam Yasya Saha, which means that one where all waters reside inside him, also one who resides in water. So this is important. This duality is important, and this is what saves Antarbahishya Tatsarvam Vyapya Narayana Sthitaha is also reflected in these two things, where his Vasasthana is Nara. At the same time, all Naras are inside him. So that this is the and Nara, one of the meanings of Nara is water. So the whole universe has been imagined as being filled with water, and that is the Kshetrasagara too. Next slide, please. So with this, we will just summarize the Udaka Tattva. And there is one sukta which is very, very, very important. Divya Sukta, Rigveda 1.223.19. You can see some good references over there. It consists of a lot of divinity related aspects, and water is also there in that. In that, water is described as, pavana, as consisting of medicinal properties. One that brings the dead alive, the Amrita Shakti. One that has consciousness protecting ability, which is Agni Shakti. One that is the reason for the Dirghayusha Shakti. One that is Papa Nivarana, and this is the most important thing. A material that cleanses us of our Papa is something that is a unique feature of Bharatiya Parampara. And this ability to clean ourselves continuously and not become eternal sinners is something that has differentiated our culture. And this Papa Nivarana Shakti of water has ensured that we protect it, because you want to protect something that will cleanse your cells. And it is Nityanutanatva of the water. It is always new. It is Rita Pravaha representing. So all these properties that we see in the Shrinamas of water are very well summarized in the Divya Sukta of Rigveda. And what is all this? Also, another important aspect is this. I do not have enough time to cover this, but I will highlight it. This spiritual dimension of water is not just stated, but explained in the relationship between Indra and Udaka, Soma and Udaka, Soma and Parjanya Devata and rain. There is a very beautiful Manduka Sukta, which the Westerners have misinterpreted, but it represents certain spiritual dimensions of water. Relationship with Udaka and Prajapati. Centrality of Udaka Tattva in every Arya Samskara, such as Snana, Achamana, Sandhyopasana, Punyaha Vachana. Most of us who are doing Sandhyavandana, you will know, it starts the whole, apart from Achamana itself, it starts with, apohishtamayo bhavastana or jedadhatana, and the water becomes extremely central to everything that you do in Bharatiya Parampara. And apart from Punya Vachana, even innumerable number of other performances also. And Snana itself is very, very detailedly explained. Now we'll come to the last part of the presentation. Next slide, please. So this is a framework that I am evolving. And what it summarizes is that the Purushartha perspective of Bharatiya Parampara is what is helping us organize this very, very well. As you can see, everything must be part of our Artha, everything must be part of our Kama, everything must be placed in accordance to Dharma, and everything must be part of our seeking the divine, that is the Mukti. This is the architecture of Bharatiya Parampara. What happens because of this? Because of this, if everything must be part of our Artha, which means everything must continue to serve our existence, everything is used in our Srishti for our protection. Everything is used in our Srishti to not just serve our individual purpose, but universe's purpose also. Everything must be desired, but in a unique fashion. This is extremely important. Everything is used to satisfy our desires, but in accordance to Dharma, that brings balance. Everything is found a rightful place. Nothing is rejected, but nothing is pushed beyond its limit. No vastu or usage is allowed to grow in a way that hurts the other. Now coming to the divinity, the fact that everything must be part of our seeking the divine ensures that the divinity in everything must be recognized. Only then that is possible. Everything is part of our sacred journey. These two dimensions is what makes Bharatiya Parampara significantly different. Why is that so? So the divinity in everything, if you have to recognize, then everything must have sacred properties along with natural properties, which is what we saw in the previous slides. Not just that, everything is a divine living being. When everything becomes divine, then everything is part of our community as a community member. So we have a personal relationship, cultural relationship with water. We have a personal cultural relationship with Parvatas. It's not an object that is outside of you that you will only use. You have to we develop a relationship, and we naturally develop that relationship. Everything is part of our sacred rituals, which means if water has to become part of our sacred rituals, then we strive to retain the material in all its purity. Whatever is not part of our sacred rituals, we will tend to not protect it in its purity. And because everything at some stage becomes part of our sacred rituals, Parvata is part of our sacred ritual in some way, Bhumi is part of our sacred ritual in some way, due to which there is a natural proclivity for us to protect. So protection comes as a consequence. Environmentalism comes as a consequence of the sacred dimension of Bharatiya Parampara. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. So my objective was to describe the multi-dimensional description of water in Bharatiya Parampara, and through that demonstrate how the Purushartha architecture I did not have enough time to go through the Artha, Kama, Dharma dimensions. A similar framework is there. But how the sacred dimension keeps a control on the, because there is a sacred is corresponding to the material and not outside of the material. It has ways and means of controlling the way we use things, and environmentalism becomes a natural outcome of that. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, Shivakumarji. Now we move on to the last paper of the conference by Dr. Srijani Bhattacharjee. It focuses on Arunachal Pradesh and the environmentalist aspects. Srijaning Bhattacharya.
First of all, I express my thanks to Nagaraj and to the entire team of the Indic Academy for giving me this opportunity to present a paper here in this seminar. Today, I shall be making an oral presentation. I do not have PPT. The topic on which I shall be speaking on is nature preservation on religious grounds, a study on Arunachal Pradesh. So this is the topic of my paper. Now, Arunachal Pradesh, the largest state in Northeast India and the abode of the sun god, has a long international boundary, which it shares with Bhutan on the west, with China on the north and northeast, and Myanmar on the southeast. It has 26 tribes with 110 sub-tribes, and hence the region is perceived as the world's an anthropological paradise. Arunachal Pradesh is divided into 25 districts. The tribes residing in the region are diverse in their language, ethnicity, and cultural traits, and in their social characteristics. Most of the tribes of Arunachal Pradesh are of Asiatic origin, and they show affinities with the people of Tibet and Myanmar. In this presentation, I shall be focusing on the traditions of nature preservation under Hindu religious beliefs in Arunachal Pradesh. The paper is a literature-based study. Fieldwork is not yet undertaken. Now, before I go directly on the topic, let me give you an idea about the religions which are found in Arunachal Pradesh, or the religions which are followed by the people of Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh is the hub of different religions practiced by the inhabitants settled in the area. The Mongpa and the Shedukpen tribes of Tamang and Kaming districts of the region practice Mahayana form of Buddhism. The presence of Tibetan Buddhism is found among the tribal dwellers near the Tibetan border. The Khamti and the Singpho communities and the tribes residing near Burma border or Myanmar border are the followers of Hinayana Buddhism. Doni Poloism is the indigenous religion practiced by the tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. Doni Polo means sun and moon. Doni is sun, Polo is moon. Sun moon is regarded to be the highest authority, where the center of love and physical reflection of the deity is believed to be found. Sun and moon are associated with the religion, and its followers consider that aspects of life such as good, evil, heaven, and hell are found beneath Doni and Polo. That makes Doni Polo an omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient force. The Adi, Aka, and the Apatani tribes of the region are the followers of this sect. Apart from them, we find Nishi and the Tangsa tribes of the region also follow Doni Poloism. Now, elementary form of Vaishnavism, Shaktism, and Shaivism blended with indigenous elements of animism are practiced by the tribal communities like the Mishmis, Noktes, Akas, and the Tangsa tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. Hindu religious beliefs have penetrated among the tribes of the region, who reside near Assam lowlands. Now, regarding historical connection between Hinduism and Arunachal Pradesh, I can say that Arunachal Pradesh has historical association with elements of Hinduism since ancient times. Traditionally, the province finds mention in ancient Indian text and literature. The Kalika Purana and Mahabharata have references about the region, which is mentioned as Prabhu Mountain in the Puranas. This literary text closely relates the region with ancient Hindu traditions. The archaeological evidences excavated in the region and the Hindu religious sites situated in the region actually testify the fact. Bhishmaka Nagar, an area located in the lower Dibang Valley on the east of Roing district, has a brick fort of the Chutia kings belonging to the 12th century. Here I'd like to mention that the Chutias Chutiyas were actually made late medieval state that developed around Sadia region of Assam to the adjoining area of Arunachal Pradesh. So we find a fort built by them in Bhishmaka Nagar. According to the popular legends, the princess of Bhishmaka Nagar, Rukmini, was in telepathic love with Lord Krishna, who married Rukmini secretly to commensurate her love for him. The marriage was opposed by Rukmabir, the brother of Rukmini, who took an oath that he would cut his hair and he would not cut his hair until he would defeat Lord Krishna. Following this tradition, we find that a section of the Mishmi tribes of Arunachal Pradesh do not cut their hair, as they consider themselves as descendants of Rukmabir. 2 copper plates with Sanskrit inscriptions have been discovered from a temple near Bhishmaka Nagar. There is another fort belonging to the 12th century AD, located at Bhalukpong area, situated on the foothills of West Kameng district of the state. According to a local legend, this place has a brick fort constructed by Bhaluka, the grandson of King Bana of Mahabharata. There are a number of primeval Hindu religious sites in the region. The Tamreshwari temple, belonging to 1441 AD, is located in the Lohit district of the state. Another temple of religious importance is the Malinithan temple, located in the Lower Siang district of the region. The temple is associated with the legends connected with Lord Krishna. It is believed that Lord Krishna, after marrying Rukmini on his way to Dwarka, rested at Malinithan, where they were welcomed by goddess Parvati with flowers. Lord Krishna, being pleased with this welcome, addressed goddess Parvati as Malini. Later, a temple was built there in her name as Malinithan. The granite structures at Malinithan, belonging to 14th and 15th centuries, depict Indra on elephants, Surya on chariots, and the Nandi bull. The Kalika Purana, composed in the 8th century AD, has mentioned about a Pithasthana to the east of Kamakhya, where the head of Sati was believed to have fallen after being cut by Lord Vishnu. The place is known as Akashi Ganga, a water channel located 12 kilometers on the hills from Malinithan in West Siang district of Arunachal Pradesh, where devotees take holy dip during Makar Sankranti. There is another water body which is considered as sacred, located on the lower reaches of the Lohit river, known as Parashuram Kund, where it is believed that sage Parashuram washed his sin after killing his mother. According to a local legend, it is believed that Lord Parashuram, the 6th incarnation of Lord Vishnu, on the orders of his father, beheaded his mother Renuka with an axe. After he committed this heinous crime, the axe got stuck in his hand. And the axe remained stuck on his hand until he took a dip into the Lohit river. And therefore, that region is known as Parashuram Kund. At that part of Lohit river, which is a tributary of river Brahmaputra, that part of the river is known as Parashuram Kund, where it is believed that people can wash off their sins if they take a dip into it. And therefore, the place is a pilgrimage site for the Hindus, where people from Assam, Manipur, Nepal, and other parts of India come on the Makar Sankranti day to wash off their sins by taking the holy dip. The presence of Shiva influence with phallic worship in the sub-hills bordering the Brahmaputra Valley and remote areas of Tawang is also evident. The large Shiva Lingam was unearthed in the Lohit district during 1965-67. The latest surface discovery in the state is said to be of tallest Shiva Linga at the Zero region of Lower Subansiri district. And it is also believed that the appearance of the Linga at this site finds mention in chapter 17 of Rudra Khand of Shiva Purana. So we find that the place has historical connections with Hinduism since ancient times. So what we find that the spread of Hinduism in the region is considered as outcome of the expansion. Also considered, apart from the connections, we can say that the spread of Hinduism in the region is considered as an outcome of the expansion of the culture and religious activities from Assam in around 10 to 17th century AD. This was also a factor why we find elements of Hinduism got spread in the area. Hence, the region has a number of Hindu religious sites. The most important among them are the Menga Mandir and Shiva Linga in the Kardo forest of Lower Subansiri district, Malinithan and Akashi Ganga temples in West Siang district, and Parashuram Kund in the Lohit district of the region. Nature conservation is an essential element connected with these sites. And they have sacred groves attached to them. In the lower Subansiri area of the region, inhabited mostly by the Apatani and the Nishi tribes, groves are protected under Hindu beliefs, such as the flora and the fauna surrounding the Shiva Linga at the Kardo forest of the area are preserved. The Kardo forest has religious significance for the Hindus who believe that, along with Lord Shiva, the goddess Ganga also resides in this forest. The Shiva Linga is surrounded by subtropical forest protected by people on religious grounds. There is another temple in the district named Menga Mandir, which is a rock-cut temple consisting of a black stone considered as Shiva Linga by the Hindus of the region. The temple has an open forest of 0.5 square kilometers of forest preserved on religious grounds. Sacred groves are maintained under Hindu influence in West Siang district of the region also. The region has temples like the Malinithan and Akashi Ganga temples. The remnants and the scriptures of Malinithan were unearthed in 1968 to 71. The forests surrounding the temple complexes are preserved by the temple development committees on religious grounds. There is a sacred forest attached to the Akashi Ganga temple also, which is believed to be associated with the legend of Sati mentioned in the 8th century Kalika Purana. Arunachal Pradesh has a number of Rudraksha trees considered sacred by the Hindus. These trees are preserved and not cut by the people. The Parashuram Kund, also known as Brahma Kund, has hot water springs. The place is visited by thousands of people every year during the post-Sankranti for taking a holy dip. The Ahom kings of Assam used the water of the spring during their coronation ceremony. We find that some studies also suggest that Doni Polo, the indigenous religion of Arunachal Pradesh, is also largely influenced by Hinduism. The followers of Doni Polo faith believe in supernatural power who supervises natural occurrences on earth. The advocates of Doni Polo faith believe in a place called Gangeng, where the evil spirits are denounced and the worship of wisdom and enlightenment are preached. The concept has emerged with Doni Polo reform movement popularized by Talom Rugbo, according to whom the word Ganging is originally derived from Ganging Siring, which is an imaginary land or spiritual tree that exists somewhere in between the spiritual and the natural world, and from which every living and non-living being came into existence. Thus, we find that natural elements are assigned spiritual status in Doni Polo faith also. But at present, if we think about the current situation, we find that the forest and the natural environment of Arunachal Pradesh are under immense threats due to several factors. As the province provides less opportunities, job opportunities to the people, and the territory being mountainous terrain with some regions unfit for cultivation also, we find that most of the people of the area are dependent on forest and its associated products. Factors like large-scale timber trade, then flaws in policy formation, mortgage and subletting of trade licenses, diminishing of previous taboos associated with nature conservation, absence of land planning, and clashes over forests between the state and the community are some of the factors which have led to degradation of forest in the region. There are predictions that Northeast Indian states of Assam and Arunachal Pradesh will have massive decline in forest cover by 2028. Predicting such laws, the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing has identified rise in human population and subsequent demands of lands for cultivation as major reasons for forest cover depletion in Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. It has also predicted that a depletion of 9,700 0.14 square kilometers of forest would take place. Depletion of this amount of forest will take place by 2028 in the states, and that would not only prove disastrous for the regions as mentioned, but also for the ecology of Bhutan. Under these circumstances, preservation of forest on religious grounds do contribute in nature conservation in Arunachal Pradesh. Though nature conservation under Hindu religious beliefs contributes to small amount of forest protection, but certainly it contributes to some amount of forest protection in the area, forest preservation in the area. Apart from forest preserved under Hindu religious beliefs, we find that forests are preserved in the region under the influence of Buddhism also. The local taboos, the tribal rituals associated with nature also contribute to a large extent in conserving it. So with this, I end my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Srijani Bhattacharjee. Most of it was very useful information to most of us about Arunachal Pradesh. A beautiful, dense and detailed ethnography of the area for most of us who do not know much about that region and how it is connected to the environmental protection of that area. Thank you very much. All these papers will be published first on Indic Today magazine. And already they are getting uploaded onto the YouTube, and individual presentations will be edited, and that will be those individual presentations also will be uploaded in a day or two as individual presentations done here. So Srijani Bhattacharjee Day's presentation also is soon going to be available on Indic Academy's YouTube channel. Those who want to know more can contact her directly and be in touch with her through email. She'll be able to answer your questions in greater detail. There is one Anjan Nandi who is also very happy to hear this paper.
Thank you, sir.
And there is Premalata Venkat. There are many admirations and appreciations of this paper. Thank you very much, madam. Now we move on to the last part of the conference, the valedictory session of the conference. We have a highly distinguished guest to deliver the valedictory address for this conference. Dr. Anuradha Singh is going to be the guest. Dr. Anuradha Singh, ma'am, is a professor at the Department of History, Faculty of Social Sciences at the Banaras Hindu University. She has recently conducted a conference on cultural Kashi. Professor Anuradha Singh has many publications to her credit from history point of view. Particularly, she is an expert in the cultural understanding of the holy city of Banaras. She has kindly agreed to be our chief guest for the valedictory session. After the valedictory address by Dr. Anuradha Singh, will be her research project is Kashi as a living center of Indian cultural heritage and its present relevance. She is a member of many professional bodies like Indian Association for Studies in Population, and she is a Bharatiya Itihas Sankalana Samiti Yojana, New Delhi. She is a member of that, and she was the student advisor for Faculty of Social Sciences, Banaras Hindu University. She is the ex-convener, Gender Sensitization Cell, Faculty of Social Sciences, Banaras Hindu University. She has many contributions like regional history, tribal history, and many other highly nuanced areas of history. She has 4 published books and 52 published papers and 66 paper presentations in various conferences and seminars. Such a distinguished scholar, Dr. Anuradha Singh, will now deliver the valedictory address, and after that, with vote of thanks, the conference will come to an end. Over to Dr. Anuradha Singh. Ma'am, we request you to deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to Indica Group for inviting me to recite the valedictory session of the conference on the subject Hinduism and environmentalism. I am highly delighted that Indica Group gave me such opportunity to speak as a chief speaker in this important conference. Sir, I would like to present this topic कि भारतीय संस्कृति और पर्यावरण संरक्षण.
Madam, sorry to interrupt you. Your video switched off, ma'am.
Switch off.
Yeah, we are unable to see your video.
One minute, sir.
Yeah, and there is a lighting problem also, it appears.
1 minute. Okay.
Now.
Yes, sir. Please इसको open कर दीजिए.
Yeah, now it is better.
Now it is better, sir.
Now the video has gone, but the lighting was better.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, मैं यदि हिंदी में बोलूँ तो do you have any problem?
नहीं, आप हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं.
ओके. तो सर, मैं आज आप लोग के सामने जो बात करना चाहती हूँ वो भारतीय संस्कृति और पर्यावरण.
Madam, your video is switched off, ma'am.
क्या सर? आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ, आवाज तो आ रहा है मैम. फिर
आवाज तो आ रही है, मगर
स्विच ऑफ है.
वीडियो स्विच ऑफ हो गया है.
वीडियो स्विच ऑफ हो जा रहा है?
हाँ, आप वीडियो का जो आइकॉन रहता है ना, उसके ऊपर अगर क्रॉस है तो वो वीडियो स्विच ऑफ है. आप थोड़ा उसके ऊपर ऑन कर दीजिए.
नहीं सर, वीडियो तो ऑन है यहाँ पे. स्टॉप.
अभी आ गए मैम. अभी आ गए.
वीडियो आ गया है. अभी उसके ऊपर ध्यान देते रहिए.
ओके, ठीक है सर. ठीक है. अब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये सेटिंग इधर कर दो थोड़ा. ठीक है सर.
जी.
हाँ, ओके. तो आज हम लोग जो बात करेंगे कि भारतीय संस्कृति और पर्यावरण संरक्षण पर, तो इस बात पे, इस संदर्भ में मैं आप लोगों के सामने अपनी बात रखना चाहूंगी कि पर्यावरण बड़ा ही एक व्यापक शब्द है. वस्तुतः इसका तात्पर्य उस समूची भौतिक और जैविक व्यवस्था से है जिसमें जीवधारी रहते हैं, बढ़ते हैं, पनपते हैं और अपनी स्वाभाविक प्रवृत्तियों का विकास करते हैं. अतः पर्यावरण का अर्थ जीवों की अनुक्रियाओं को प्रभावित करने वाले समस्त भौतिक, रासायनिक और जैविक परिस्थितियों का योग है. हम इस रूप में इसको देख सकते हैं. हमारे चारों ओर जो भी प्राकृतिक और मनुष्य द्वारा बनाई गई वस्तुएं हैं वे सब मिलकर पर्यावरण बनाते हैं। इसे जीव मंडल भी हम कह सकते हैं, जो जल मंडल, स्थल मंडल, वायुमंडल, जीवन युक्त भागों का योग होता है, जो वास्तव में पर्यावरण को हम एक आवास के रूप में देख सकते हैं जिसमें हम सब लोग रहते हैं। मानव और प्रकृति को एक दूसरे से अलग नहीं किया जा सकता है। मानव का जो जीवन आश्रय ही प्राकृतिक व्यवस्था है। इस संदर्भ में हम आप लोगों के सम्मुख ये रखना चाहते हैं कि कैसे वेदों में पर्यावरण, एक्चुअली मैं इतिहास डिसिप्लिन की हूँ, आई एम ए स्टूडेंट ऑफ हिस्ट्री, सो आई वांट टू गिव कुछ सम एग्जांपल फ्रॉम वेदास, लाइक पर्यावरण का स्वच्छ एवं संतुलित होना मानव सभ्यता के लिए आवश्यक है। पाश्चात्य सभ्यता को यह तथ्य 20th सेंचुरी के उत्तरार्ध में मिली, जबकि भारतीय मनुष्यों ने इसे वैदिक काल में ही अनुभूत कर लिया था। हमारे ऋषि मुनि जानते थे कि पृथ्वी, जल, अग्नि, अंतरिक्ष, इन्हीं पंच तत्वों से ही हमारा शरीर निर्मित है। ऋग्वेद में इस बात का जिक्र मिलता है, पंचस्वंतु पुरुषः आविवे शतान्यतः पुरुषे अर्पितानि। उन्हें इस तथ्य का मान था कि यदि इन पंच तत्वों में से एक भी दूषित हो गया तो उसका दुष्प्रभाव मानव जीवन पर पड़ना अवश्यंभावी है। इसी तरीके से वो ऋग्वेद में लिखा जाता है कि दौ शांति अंतरिक्षम शांति, पृथ्वी शांति, रापः शांति, औषधय शांति। ऋग्वेद के मतलब सभी के शांति की बात की गई है हमारे वेदों में। खासकर इस तरीके का जो रेफरेंस आता है वह ऋग्वेद में आता है। ऋग्वेद के 10वें मंडल में औषधियों के बारे में विस्तार से वर्णन मिलता है। उसमें मिलता है कि औषधे प्रतिमोदध्वयम् पुष्पवती प्रसुवरी हि अश्वायु सजित्वरी रविदुरः पारयसी रावः। अर्थात पुष्पों वाली, फलों वाली, अश्वों के समान रोग पर विजय पाने वाली, रोगी को निरोग करने वाली औषधियां रोगी के ऊपर प्रभावशाली होती है। इसी प्रकार के संस्कृत साहित्य में भी पर्यावरण के महत्व एवं जागरूकता की बातें बहुत सारी जगह हमको उसका रेफरेंस मिलता है। जैसे सेवितव्यो महावृक्षम फलच्छाया समिचिता यदि देवात्म फलम स्थाच छाया केन निर्वयते। इसमें हमारी संस्कृति किसी भी परिस्थिति में पेड़ का कोई नुकसान बर्दाश्त नहीं करती। इस हद तक यह बात चली गई कि अत्यावश्यक परिस्थितियों में पेड़ या पौधों का विनाश हो तो उसे मुआवजा दिया जाना चाहिए। वृक्षों की तुलना सत्पुरुषों से की गई। पेड़ खुद धूप में ठहर दूसरों को छाया प्रदान करते हैं, फल खुद न खाकर दूसरों को समर्पित करते हैं। वृक्ष पश्येतान महाभागानम परावे कांति जीवितानाम वात वर्ष पहिमान सहंतरे वार्यंती न। वृक्ष इतने महान होते हैं कि परोपकार के लिए ही जीते हैं। ये आंधी, वर्षा और शीत को स्वयं सहन करते हैं। इनका जन्म बहुत अच्छा है। क्यों? क्योंकि इन्हीं के कारण सभी प्राणी जीवित हैं। जिस प्रकार किसी सज्जन के सामने से कोई याचक खाली हाथ नहीं जाते, उसी प्रकार इन वृक्षों के पास से भी कोई खाली हाथ नहीं जाता। इस प्रकार का रेफरेंस भगवत महापुराण में मिलता है। इसी तरीके से मत्स्य पुराण में लिखा गया कि 10 कुपाओं के बराबर 10 कूप समावापी 10 वापी हद्रह 10 हद क्षमा पुत्रो 10 पुत्रो समुद्रमा। 10 कुआओं के बराबर एक बावड़ी होती है और 10 बावड़ियों के बराबर एक तालाब, 10 तालाबों के बराबर एक पुत्र है और 10 पुत्रों के बराबर एक वृक्ष। इस प्रकार का इंपॉर्टेंस वृक्ष को जो पुत्रों से भी श्रेष्ठ माना गया उसकी बात मत्स्य पुराण में की जाती है। इसी प्रकार की रेफरेंस मनुस्मृति में, जिसमें लिखा कि जल में मलमूत्र, कूड़ा, रक्त और विष आदि नहीं बहाना चाहिए, जिससे पानी विषाक्त हो जाता है और पर्यावरण पर इसका बुरा प्रभाव दिखाई देता है। इससे मनुष्य तथा अन्य जीवों के शरीर पर खराब प्रभाव पड़ता है। इस तरीके की बातें मनुस्मृति में लिखी गई है। इसी तरीके के रेफरेंस महाभारत में मिलता है कि पुष्पिता फलवनश्च तर्पयन्ति मानवान वृक्षतम पुत्रवद वृक्षा इस तरह यंती परत्र च। फलों और फूलों वाले वृक्ष मनुष्यों को तृप्त करते हैं। वृक्ष देने वाले अर्थात समाज हित में वृक्षारोपण करने वाले व्यक्ति का परलोक में कारण वृक्ष ही करते हैं। इसलिए श्रेयस यानी कल्याण की इच्छा रखने वाले मनुष्य को चाहिए कि वो तालाब के आसपास अच्छे पेड़ लगाए और उनका पुत्र की भांति पालन करे। वास्तव में धर्मानुसार वृक्षों को पुत्र ही माना गया। इससे भी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो ईशो उपनिषद में मिलता है, जहां लिखा, जिसका रेफरेंस इस प्रकार से आता है कि ईश्वर ने उपहार स्वरूप प्रकृति की सभी वस्तुओं उपभोग के लिए सभी मानवों को प्रदान किया है। सभी मानवों को चाहिए कि प्रकृति की वस्तुओं का उपभोग आवश्यकता अनुसार करें और लालच में आकर प्रकृति का दोहन ना करें। यहाँ पे हम आपको एक इतिहास के विद्यार्थी होने के नाते ये कहना चाहूंगी कि जब इंसान ने ये देखा कि कैसे प्रकृति का किस तरीके से प्रकृति अपने अकॉर्डिंग आती है और पूरी मानव सृष्टि का समय समय पर विध्वंस करके चली जाती है, तो ऐसी स्थिति में इंसान मानव प्रकृति के साथ डायलॉग करने के लिए वह मानव के प्रकृति के विभिन्न रूपों का मानवीकरण करती है। और अभी हमने जैसा कि उपनिषद में बताया कि अविवेक पूर्ण मानव का जो कहा गया कि किस प्रकार से प्रकृति आप सभी के लिए उपस्थित है, लेकिन हमको उसका जो यूज है वह बड़े ही विवेकपूर्ण ढंग से करना चाहिए, जिसका हमारे सामने इतिहास में तमाम ऐसे साक्ष्य उपलब्ध हैं, जिस तरीके से हम जिसकी गिनती हम इंडस वैली के रूप में कर सकते हैं, हड़प्पा कालीन सभ्यता, बाद में वैदिक पीरियड, कि जब इंसान प्रकृति का अविवेकपूर्ण दोहन किया है, उसे तमाम समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ा है। कभी भूकंप के रूप में, तो कभी भूस्खलन के रूप में, तो कभी बाढ़ के रूप में, तमाम इस तरीके के जो प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करने पड़े हैं लोगों को। मैं यहाँ पे कहना चाहूंगी, मनुष्य जब संसार में आता है तो वह पूर्णतः मानवीय अवस्था मतलब प्राकृतिक अवस्था में होता है। उसे किसी भी प्रकार का वस्त्र नहीं धारण करता है, किया रहता है। उसे अभिभावक वस्त्र पहना देते हैं, लेकिन वही व्यक्ति बड़े होने पर प्रकृति के वस्त्रों को हटाने पर जुट जाता है। और ऐसा कई बार अज्ञानतावश भी हो सकता है, लेकिन जिन लोगों को प्राकृतिक उपादानों की उपयोगिता का अनुमान है, उनसे भी इस प्रकार की गलती होती रहती है। प्रकृति को सर्वाधिक क्षति पहुंचाने का जिम्मा यदि किसी को जाता है तो वह है अंधाधुंध तथा अनियोजित विकास की हो। प्राचीन भारत में मानव का सर्वप्रमुख ध्येय प्राकृतिक व्यवस्था के साथ तारतम्यता रखना था। मनुष्य को सभी आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति प्रकृति करती है। हमारे ग्रंथों में उसे विभिन्न रूपों में माँ यानी पूज्य कहा गया। हमारे समाज में विभिन्न प्रकार से पर्यावरण संरक्षण को सांस्कृतिक परंपराओं से जोड़ा गया ताकि परंपरा के नाम पर ही सही पर्यावरण का संरक्षण होता रहे। भारतीय संस्कृति एवं धार्मिक परंपराओं में वन एवं वृक्षों का महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। यही कारण है कि हमारी प्राचीन संस्कृति को अरण्य संस्कृति के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। वेदों व धार्मिक ग्रंथों में वनस्पति चिंता की अपनी विशिष्टता है। यजुर्वेद के रुद्राध्याय में हरे भरे वृक्षों तथा उनके राक्षसों को यजुर्वेद के रुद्राध्याय में हरे भरे वृक्षों और उनकी रक्षा कर रहे लोगों को विशेष आदर सत्कार देने की बात कही गई। ईश्वर की सृष्टि में सर्वोत्तम रचना मानव है, क्योंकि मानव ही स्नेह, दया, त्याग, उदारता, संयम आदि गुण उसमें ही विद्यमान है। नीति शास्त्रीय विचारक मानव के इन्हीं गुणों को मानव मूल्य कहते हैं। इसके साथ ही मानव की आधारभूत आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के लिए प्रकृति ने विभिन्न संसाधनों यथा वायु, जल, भूमि, खनिज, वन आदि को उपलब्ध कराया। इन सभी की सम्मिलित व्यवस्था पर्यावरण है। शुद्ध पर्यावरण मानव के मानसिक, शारीरिक, आध्यात्मिक, व्यक्तिगत पक्ष को प्रभावित कर सकारात्मक परिणाम की ओर अग्रसर करता है। प्राचीन समय में असीमित धरती तथा असीमित प्राकृतिक संसाधन पूर्ण प्रकृति के साथ मानव संतुलन बनाए हुए शांति से जीवन यापन करता था। मानव की आवश्यकताएं कम थी और उसे वह प्रकृति से सहजता से प्राप्त कर लेता था, परंतु धीरे धीरे बदलते हुए समय में मानव ने अपनी बुद्धि के बल पर प्रगति की और अधिक अति महत्वाकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति करते हुए प्रकृति का दोहन करना आरंभ कर दिया। मानव के इस क्रांतिकारी विकास का सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव पर्यावरण पर पड़ता रहा। इस संदर्भ में भारतीय मनीषियों ने वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से समस्त सृष्टि के कल्याण के लिए मानव के प्रत्येक कार्य में धर्म को अत्यधिक महत्व दिया है, क्योंकि मानव समुदाय धर्म पर अधिक विश्वास एवं श्रद्धा रखते हुए प्रत्येक कार्य सोच समझकर करता है। मानव जीवन में धर्म की महती भूमिका मानते हुए मनुस्मृति आदि धर्म ग्रंथों में मानव के लिए कुछ सामान्य धर्म बताए गए हैं, जिनके आचरण से मनुष्य का अंतःकरण शुद्ध होता है और वह सर्व कल्याण की भावना से अपना सम्यक विकास करता है। मनुस्मृति के अनुसार संतोष, दया, क्षमा, अस्तेय, अशौच, इंद्रिय निग्रह, बुद्धि, विद्या, सत्य एवं अक्रोध, इन 10 मानव धर्मों का आचरण मनुष्य को सदैव करना चाहिए। इसी में सृष्टि का सर्वविध कल्याण निहित है। इस प्रकार की बातें मनुस्मृति में कही गई और इसे धर्म सम्मत मान करके इन मनुष्य के द्वारा इसका अनुसरण किया जाए और पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा की जाए, इसका भी उद्देश्य हम इस रूप में देख सकते हैं। प्रतीक प्राचीन ग्रंथों में पर्यावरण संरक्षण हेतु वृक्षों, वनस्पतियों, नदियों, सूर्य, चंद्रमा आदि को देवतुल्य मानकर इसकी पूजा का विधान बताया गया। और कहीं न कहीं से हम इस रूप में इसको समझ सकते हैं कि इन प्रकृति के विभिन्न स्वरूप को मानवीय संवाद के लिए, एक डायलॉग के लिए इस प्रकार का उनका मानवीकरण किया गया समय समय के साथ। और इसीलिए वनों, वृक्षों, वनस्पति आदि को अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण मानते हुए पौराणिक आचार्यों ने वृक्षारोपण को सुख समृद्धि एवं दुख निवृत्ति से जोड़ते हुए मनुष्यों को वृक्षारोपण के लिए उत्प्रेरित किया। मानव मूल्य के संदर्भ में मनुष्यों के जीवन में दान का महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है, अतः मनुष्य को सर्वश्रेष्ठ वृक्ष दान करना चाहिए। वराह पुराण में वृक्ष दान को विशिष्ट दान माना गया, क्योंकि संसार में भूमि दान और गोदान से भी ज्यादा पुण्य फल वृक्ष दान से प्राप्त होता है। इसी प्रकार बृहद पुराण में भगवान विष्णु ने तुलसी वृक्ष को अति महत्वपूर्ण मानते हुए संकीर्तन किया है तथा दैनिक पूजन में उसकी अनिवार्यता बताई है। उसमें कहा गया है कि नाना प्रकार के पुष्पों से विभूषित सभी नैवेद्य और तुलसी का एक पत्र दोनों ही एक कोटि महत्व के होते हैं। अतः सभी नैवेद्यों की समानता एक तुलसी पत्र में समाहित है। इतनी इंपॉर्टेंस तुलसी को दी गई। पर्यावरण के शुद्धिकरण में यज्ञ का भी महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। मानव को नित्य हवन पूजन द्वारा वातावरण शुद्धि का प्रयास करना चाहिए। इसे यज्ञ में डाली जाने वाली घृत, समिधाएं, मिष्ट, कस्तूरी, सुगंधित आदि पदार्थ भूमि, जल, वायु आदि के विभिन्न व्याधियों को दूर करती हैं। शतपथ ब्राह्मण में कहा गया कि सभी चेतन प्राणियों का पालन पोषण यज्ञ द्वारा ही संपादित होता है। छंदोग्य उपनिषद में भी यज्ञ को पर्यावरण शुद्धि का सर्वोत्तम उपाय मानते हुए नित्य हवन यज्ञ का निर्देश दिया गया। प्राचीन समय से ही प्रकृति से मानव का अत्यंत घनिष्ठ संबंध रहा है। इसी कारण मनुष्य को धरती पुत्र माना गया। अथर्ववेद में धरती को माता तथा पृथ्वी को पिता कहा गया। अतः इसमें
Q&A बॉक्स में कुछ ऑडियंस बता रहे हैं कि आप ये लाइट फेस नहीं कर रहे हैं। अभी तो लाइट बहुत अच्छा आ रहा है।
एक्चुअली सर यहाँ लाइट की क्या दिक्कत है?
जो आप देख रहे हैं, कहाँ से देखकर आप पढ़ रहे हैं, वहाँ आप अभी जहाँ आप देख रहे हैं ना, ये बहुत अच्छा फोकस है। वहीं आपका जो पेपर जहाँ से आप पढ़ रहे हैं उसको आप रख सकते हैं तो बहुत अच्छा दिखेगा।
एक्चुअली सर ये हमारे पास कोई पेपर एज सच नहीं है। हम पॉइंट नोट किए हैं कि किसके आधार पे मुझे बोलना
ये पॉइंट किधर है उसको इसी एंगल में रखिए। जहाँ से आप आपका आइस किधर फोकस कर रहे हैं वो अभी अच्छा था, वो लाइट बहुत अच्छा
नहीं तो मैम आपका टैब और मोबाइल का कैमरा है ना? हाँ तो वो आप वैसा फेस करना मैम, खाली आप उधर देखना।
टैग के तरफ देखते हुए आप भाषण दीजिए।
अभी आ रहा है सर?
अभी
लाइट ठीक है?
अभी अच्छा है, अभी बहुत अच्छा है।
ओके, तो अभी मैं ऐसे, आप इसको थोड़ा ऐसे कर दीजिए, इस लाइट को ऑन करिए तो। हाँ ठीक है, 1 मिनट सर। ठीक है, तो अभी हम लोग जो बात कर रहे थे कि किस प्रकार से पौराणिक आचार्यों ने वृक्षारोपण को सुख समृद्धि एवं दुख निवृत्ति से जोड़ते हुए मनुष्यों को वृक्षारोपण के लिए उत्प्रेरित किया है और मानव मूल्य के संदर्भ में मनुष्य के जीवन में दान का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया है। और इसमें भी जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात कही है कि वृक्ष का जो दान है वो सबसे सर्वश्रेष्ठ है इंसान के लिए, मनुष्य के लिए। वराह पुराण में भी इसी प्रकार के विशिष्ट दान में वृक्ष दान की बात की गई, क्योंकि संसार में भूमि दान और गोदान से भी ज्यादा पुण्य फल वृक्ष दान को मिलता है। अतः मनुष्य को जो है सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि वह वृक्ष दान करे। क्योंकि संसार में देखिए भूमि दान गोदान से भी ज्यादा जब हम इंपॉर्टेंस वृक्ष दान को देते हैं, इसके पीछे जो कारण है, और तो अभी हमने इस बात पे जोर दिया कि बृहद पुराण में भगवान विष्णु ने तुलसी की इंपॉर्टेंस को बताया है कि अनेकों प्रकार के जो नैवेद्य हैं उसमें भी सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट तुलसी का एक पत्र है, वो उस कोटि में उसको मानते हैं। अतः सभी नैवेद्यों से भी इंपॉर्टेंट उन्होंने तुलसी पत्र को समाहित किया। तो कहीं ना कहीं से हम उस इंपॉर्टेंस को उस संदर्भ में देख सकते हैं कि पर्यावरण के शुद्धिकरण में यज्ञ का क्या स्थान है। मानव को नित्य हवन पूजन द्वारा वातावरण शुद्धि का प्रयास करना चाहिए। इस यज्ञ में डाली जाने वाली जो तमाम वस्तुओं के बारे में हम चर्चा किए, उसका क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है पर्यावरण के एक कंट्रीब्यूशन में। साथ में हमने बताया कि अथर्ववेद में धरती को माता और पृथ्वी को पिता कहा गया। यह भी इसमें धरती को माता तथा पृथ्वी को पिता मानते हुए श्रद्धा सेवा भाव से व्यवहार करने की आज्ञा है कि हम अपनी इस प्रकृति के जो विभिन्न स्वरूप है उनको किस तरीके से अपने पेरेंट्स के रूप में महत्व दें। उसने उनके प्रसन्न होने पर यानी मनुष्य को सब कल्याण सिद्ध होता है। जिस प्रकार हमारे पेरेंट्स जब प्रसन्न होते हैं तो उनके द्वारा दिया गया जो आशीर्वाद होता है, जिससे इंसान सभी प्रकार के ख्यातियां प्राप्त कर लेता है, उसी प्रकार से ऐसा माना जाता है कि मनुष्य को सब कल्याण सिद्ध हो सकता है और उनके प्रकृति के प्रसन्न होने पर। और यदि प्रकृति जो है अप्रसन्न हो तो मनुष्य को अनेकों प्रकार से विनाश का सामना करना पड़ सकता है। अतः मानव को प्रकृति के प्रति श्रद्धा एवं समर्पण का भाव रखना चाहिए। साथ में हमारा ईशोपनिषद में भी त्यागपूर्ण भोग की आज्ञा दी गई है। इसी प्रकार इस पर्यावरण से भी बिना किसी लोभ के व्यवहार करना चाहिए। इस प्रकार की बात ईशावास्योपनिषद में दी गई। अर्थात जगत में जो कुछ भी स्थावर जंगमात्मक है उन सब में परमात्मा विद्यमान है। उन सभी का मानव को त्याग भाव से पालन करना चाहिए। प्रकृति से मात्र अपने हित और लाभ की इच्छा न करते हुए त्याग भाव से उपभोग करना चाहिए। वस्तुतः पर्यावरण ही मानव जीवन का मूल आधार है और इसके लिए आवश्यक है कि मानव समष्टि कल्याण की भावना के साथ पर्यावरण से मित्रवत व्यवहार करे। यजुर्वेद में चर अचर सभी को मित्र की दृष्टि से देखने का संदेश दिया गया है। यजुर्वेद में ही एक और उदाहरण दृष्टव्य है। अतः जब पर्यावरण के प्रति मानव में मित्रता का भाव रहेगा तभी यह पर्यावरण सुरक्षित रह सकेगा। मानव को चाहिए कि वह अपने आसपास की प्राकृतिक संपदाओं को मित्र समझकर उसका उपयोग करे। मानव मूल्य के रूप में प्रत्येक मनुष्य में उदारता एवं कृतज्ञता का गुण होना भी अति आवश्यक है। मनुष्य को यह समझना चाहिए कि प्रकृति अपने हित के लिए अपने संसाधनों का प्रयोग कभी नहीं करती। वह तो स्वयं मानव पर निर्भर है। वह तो स्वयं मानवों के लिए असीमित संसाधनों को उपलब्ध कराती है। ऐसी परिस्थितियों में मानव को प्रकृति के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव रखकर सौहार्द एवं संतोष के साथ उसके साथ संतुलन बनाते हुए संरक्षण का ध्यान रखते हुए जीवन यापन करना चाहिए। वेदों में कहा गया है कि प्रकृति में भी चेतना होती है, मानव की भांति उसमें भी सुख दुख की भावना होती है। पोषित एवं पालित अवस्था में प्रकृति भी हमारा सकारात्मक सहयोग करती है तथा उपेक्षित अवस्था में वह भी विपरीत फलदायक होती है। अतः मानव प्रकृति के प्रति दया की भावना रखनी चाहिए। अपनी अदम्य इच्छाओं को नियंत्रित करते हुए प्रकृति को अपने समान चेतन युक्त समझकर व्यवहार करना चाहिए। यहाँ पे हम आपको एक चीज और भी कहना चाहेंगे कि आज इन्वायरमेंट के तमाम मॉडर्न पहलुओं पे जब हम बात करते हैं तो इस संदर्भ में इको फेमिनिज्म की जब बात आती है या और भी तमाम मॉडर्न इन्वायरमेंटलिस्ट इस संदर्भ में काम कर रहे हैं, तो वो जो बात हमारे वेदों में, हमारे संस्कृत साहित्य में, पुराणों में मिल रही है, वो बात आज तमाम पर्यावरणविद द्वारा ये बात कहा जाना कि प्रकृति को इसलिए नहीं संरक्षित करने की जरूरत है कि वो हमारे लिए लाभदायक है, बल्कि इसलिए हमें उनको संरक्षित करना है क्योंकि जिस तरह मनुष्य की खुशी के लिए मनुष्य को इस प्रकार से अपना रहना है और इन नियमों का पालन करना है, उसी प्रकार से प्रकृति को उनकी अवस्था यानी उनकी खुशी के लिए उनको संरक्षित करने की जरूरत है, उनके लिए, ना कि अपने लिए। जिस तरीके से हम अपने हित की बात सोचते हैं, उसी प्रकार से प्रकृति के हित की बात की जा रही है। और इस तरीके का जो संदर्भ है हमारे प्राचीन साहित्य में मिलता है। इसके अतिरिक्त प्रेम एवं स्नेह का व्यवहारिक संदेश भी वेदों में दृष्टिगत होता है। धर्मशास्त्र में कहा गया है कि अहिंसा प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों में भी सहयोग करती है। मनुष्य को प्रेम पूर्वक प्रकृति के साथ सुख कल्याण का विचार करते हुए प्रसन्नता पूर्वक उपभोग करना चाहिए। तभी मनुष्य अपनी भौतिकवादी प्रवृत्ति को नियंत्रित कर पर्यावरण के साथ संतुलन बनाए रख सकता है। और अंततः पर्यावरण और मानव मूल्य के संदर्भ में यह उदाहरण चिंतनीय है, अर्थात जो समस्त जीवों को धारण करता हो, जिसके बिना जगत का अस्तित्व ही संभव न हो, जिससे सब कुछ संयमित, सुव्यवस्थित, सुसंचालित हो, वही धर्म है। यह धर्म की प्रवृत्ति मानव में ही निहित है। यही धर्म मानव में मूल्य रूप में विद्यमान होते हैं। अतः यह निश्चित है कि मानव सभ्यता का विकास मानव चिंतन पर निर्भर करता है। मानव चिंतन का प्रवाह जिस दिशा में होगा, विकास की दिशा भी वही होगी। सर्वविदित है कि वर्तमान समय में मानव चिंतन और विकास की धारा विनाश की ओर हो गई है और विगत 100 वर्षों में मानव मात्र स्व कल्याण की भावना से संपूर्ण पर्यावरण पर घातक प्रहार करता चला आ रहा है। ऐसी परिस्थिति में मानव मूल्य ही इस पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा कर सकता है और मूल्यगत आचरण से ही मानव अपने अभ्यंतर दुर्गुणों, अतिभोग, स्वार्थ, लिप्सा, लोभ, मोह आदि से मुक्ति पाकर पर्यावरण के साथ सुखी एवं संपन्न जीवन बिता सकता है। और इस चीज के लिए, इन सब आयामों पर सोचने के लिए जो हमारे पास सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज है, वह है हमारा साहित्य, हमारा प्राचीन साहित्य, जिसमें कि इस प्रकार के संदर्भ हम लोगों को मिलते हैं। तो आज भी यदि हम हिंदुइज्म के अंतर्गत पर्यावरण को देखें तो हमें उन तमाम समस्याओं का समाधान मिल जाएगा जिसको हम आज फेस कर रहे हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much, ma'am, Professor Anuradha Singh, for this highly enlightening and surveying paper, which has covered almost every aspect of Hindu history, Hindu culture, from the point of view of environmentalism. And with this, we come to the end of this conference. I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to the success of this conference. It begins with our founder, Sri Harikiran Vadlamani ji, who conceived this topic of this conference. Originally, we conducted a conference on indigenous environmentalism, including folk culture, Buddhism and Jainism. But then we thought we should focus more on Hinduism specifically, and then this conference was conceived to focus more on Hinduism aspects from a broader perspective of the earlier conference. And in a series of conferences on Hinduism and aesthetics, Hinduism, art, architecture, and artisans, Hindu meditation practices, and several other such topics. And there are more in pipeline. In future, we are going to have a conference on femininity in Hinduism. It is going to be conducted physically in Kamakhya temple in Assam. And we are going to have conferences on various other topics like Hindu ideas of law, justice, and ethics, and Hindu knowledge systems, and so on and so forth. So, as part of these various topic coverage, we have chosen this topic, and all these topics emerge from the creative thinking of our founder, Sri Harikiran Vadlamani ji, and Professor Rana P.B. Singh of Varanasi, who worked on Varanasi's geography and environment. He's a geography person with a lot of work contributed on environment. And while contacting Professor P.B. Singh, I came across Professor Anuradha Singh. And it is in that connection that we got this very good introduction to Professor Anuradha Singh. And it was very good that we got connected to her and got this wonderful talk by her. And in the inaugural session of this conference, we had a wonderful scholar and official working in the environment area, Dr. Prasanna Kumar ji, Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar, who is the chairman of Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Education. We are grateful to Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar ji for having accepted to. And we are thankful to each and every paper presenter of this conference who have presented their papers in all the different sessions, covering from the epics, cultural areas, festivals, and temple, particularly Agama Shastra this morning, and Vedas and yoga and all these aspects this afternoon. And we have covered several different aspects very crucial for Hinduism. And to each and every paper presenter, I express my indebtedness. I express my thankfulness particularly to the audience who have been present throughout this conference with utmost attention and have expressed their views, have participated in questions and answers, and are taking the ideas of this conference forward in so many different ways among themselves. And I thank all the people, our Amit Vikramji, who has helped us in publicizing the conference, and our publicity team, our social media team, our graphic design poster team, and all others who have worked on behind the screens for this conference. This conference or any other of our conferences would not be possible without the work of our officers, Sri Srinivas Garu and Sri Koti Garu. These two work day and night behind the screens for the success of this conference. For all the conferences for that matter, if, for example, your direct video streaming is happening on Indic Academy YouTube channel or Facebook, it is all because of the hard work of Sri Koti Garu, and it is the day and night toiling by Sri Srinivas Garu that you have seen how he has been with you. He has been working with all of you in the WhatsApp group and everything that is behind this conference. The credit goes to Sri Srinivas Garu. I thank him profusely for all the contribution that he has been doing officially, administratively for the success of this conference. And I thank Professor Anuradha Singh for giving the valedictory address. I thank
you so much, sir.
everyone who has contributed for the success of this conference. Let us keep meeting in further conferences. The WhatsApp group that was created for this conference will be active in future, and you will be notified for the developments of the publication of your papers during the next few days. And let us close this sacred conference with a sacred chanting. Om Tacchayo Ravruneemahe Gatum Yajnaya Gatum Yajnapataye Daivi Swastirastunah Swastir Manushebhyah Urdhvam Jigatu Bheshajam Sham no Astu Dvipade Sham Chatushpade Om Shanti Shanti Shanti